Thank you very much. Members of the press, Minister Anand, it's wonderful to be back in Halifax, Nova Scotia for the 14th annual Halifax International Security Forum. I'm delighted to be here. We have a very important agenda this weekend. It will be no surprise that we will be focusing heavily on issues related to Ukraine, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and the consequences which really are being felt worldwide. Joining us this weekend, in addition to Minister Anand, is Canada's Chief of Defence Staff. We have a very strong congressional delegation from the United States, and we're delighted that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is here to speak at the forum tomorrow, Saturday, and also to meet with Minister Anand. Overall, we have over 300 people. More than 24 people have traveled from Ukraine to be with us this weekend, and we are looking forward to making sure that their stories will be told and heard by decision makers in Canada, the United States, and around the world as everybody prepares and looks at policy options moving forward with regard to Ukraine. So I'm delighted to be here, and Minister Anand, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I acknowledge that we are on the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people and reaffirm our commitment to meaningful reconciliation and partnership with Indigenous peoples. And my goodness, it is just great to be back at home in Nova Scotia, where I was born and raised, as we co-host the Halifax International Security Forum. C'est une occasion pour notre pays de démontrer ce que nous faisons le mieux sur la scène internationale, rassembler les nations, favoriser la collaboration et aider à trouver des solutions. Canada has played this role throughout our history. As Minister of National Defence, I know how important this kind of leadership is, especially in today's global security environment. And my friends, our world is only growing darker. Putin's full-scale and unjustifiable attack on Ukraine is a stark reminder of how fragile peace and stability can be. Et c'est un rappel du devoir des démocraties libérales de maintenir et de protéger l'ordre international fondé sur des règles qui protègent la sécurité mondiale depuis des décennies. Vladimir Putin's reckless and dangerous war of choice is just one of the threats facing the international community today. China is being increasingly aggressive in its desire to assert its ambitions in the Indo-Pacific. Non-state actors are growing bolder in their attempts to cause division and disruption as well through cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and more. Emerging technology like AI and robotics are rapidly evolving and changing the domains of warfare. Et le changement climatique aussi continue de faire des ravages au pays et à l'étranger. And these are just some of the factors that threaten to undermine the progress and prosperity and freedom that liberal democracies have worked so hard to achieve. I announced earlier today that Canada has proposed Halifax to be the host of Diana, a groundbreaking NATO initiative which would see the city become a hub for research, for innovation, and defense industry collaboration. And over the next 3 days, top military, political, industry leaders from around the world will explore how we can work together to meet today's security challenges as well as tomorrow's. And Peter, I want to thank you for your leadership in making sure that we do convene year after year to discuss the most important security threats to our world. Soyons clairs, ces défis sont très complexes et souvent ils sont connectés. And that is why the frank multilateral and bilateral discussions that we will have this weekend are so important and so timely. I know how much work goes into planning and pulling off a conference like this seamlessly, having spent most of my professional life in academia organizing conferences similar in tone to this one, Peter. Et ça, c'est l'expertise que vous avez, votre équipe aussi, et l'expérience aussi. Et merci beaucoup encore une fois. HISIF is a testament of unity, collaboration, resolve. And Canada is deeply committed as an international partner, a leader, and a steadfast defender of democracy and freedom and the rules-based international order. And I am so eager and so excited to spend this weekend engaging with our allies, with our partners, and with our friends. Thank you very, very much, and I'm so happy to be able to take your questions and to be here with you this weekend. Merci beaucoup. Je peux répondre à vos questions maintenant.
Okay, we'll now take questions from journalists in the room. Please state your name and outlet. On va prendre une question, une sous-question, and please indicate who your question is for. We'll start with Murray.
Good afternoon, Minister Anand. It's been almost 5 months since the NATO summit and the announcement that Canada would lead a brigade in Latvia. You've been having discussions with allies. Can you give any indication now about the size and composition of that brigade and whether or not you have firm commitments from Canada's partners to step up?
You're exactly right. At the Madrid summit in June, Canada committed to increasing the size of our commitment in Latvia, where we lead the Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group to brigade level. And we have, since that time, been engaging in a very serious way with our partners around the table, including the member states of the battle group that we lead in Latvia. In particular, General Air was in Latvia in September having that conversation with the other chiefs of defense staff of the member countries of the battle group. And I can confirm that we will be committing additional troops to that endeavor in Latvia as we move to brigade level. And the precise number of troops, of course, will depend on the other complementary contributions that the other member countries will be making. And of course, it's not just human resources that we are discussing. We are also making sure that the capabilities exist so that once the personnel is increased, they have items to train on. They have sufficient resources and equipment to support the battle group and the training exercises there. And finally, we are also engaging with the government of Latvia. Why? Because infrastructure is of the utmost importance. We need to be able to house the additional troops that we will be sending across the member countries into Latvia as we move to brigade level. So, Murray, to answer your question, we are continuing to ensure that we are meeting the personnel, the equipment, and the infrastructure needs that moving to brigade level will occasion.
My follow-up question is a little bit more domestic in the sense that the Auditor General this week put out a report on Arctic surveillance. And in that report, it says that the satellite system that keeps Canada safe in the Arctic, the Constellation 2 and the other satellite systems there, will be running out of their useful life by 2026. No plans to, firm plans to get a replacement up there. The Canadian Armed Forces has its own plan to put satellites up there by 2025 or 2035. You committed in June to enhanced NORAD commitments, and how is it that you're going to be able to keep an eye on the Arctic with an aging satellite system and a satellite system that is non-existent?
Okay, Murray, that question, multifaceted as it is, requires a multifaceted answer. First and foremost, $40 billion on the table to ensure that we are not only maintaining the North Warning System, as we are doing with a $600 million contract to Nasatuk Corporation, but we're also building a new surveillance system called the Northern Approaches Surveillance System, which will push our aerospace surveillance further and further north, being able to detect cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles, etc. And so we will continue to roll out the steps of NORAD modernization and continental defense. And part of that is going to also include over-the-horizon radar systems. And in particular, we are working with our NORAD allies, the United States in particular, to make sure that we are accelerating the timeline for that as quickly as possible. And so as we roll that out and the planning continues, we will provide further updates. But suffice it to say, we have the current North Warning System that we are maintaining, as well as constructing the Northern Approaches Surveillance System, including an over-the-horizon radar system. So that's the first point. The second point you were raising is on the PBO report relating to Arctic sovereignty. Of course, NORAD modernization speaks to aerospace security in that region, but we know that there are other areas of northern and Arctic security that we want to ensure are protected, and in particular, we need to be thinking about our Arctic waters. And in that respect, we are ensuring that the Arctic offshore patrol ships continue to be built. We have 3 of those in the water, 3 to come, and one of those Arctic offshore patrol ships has circumnavigated the North American continent. In terms of future procurements, we are also continuing to plan with the Canadian Surface Combatants, and those will also add additional marine technologies and abilities to our fleet and the protection of our Arctic. And then finally, let's remember the aerospace situation as well as the F-35s. And we are in the final stages of contracting for 88 future fighters, and I hope to have more to say on the finalization of that contracting process in the near future. Thank you.
Minister, with respect, I asked about satellites and satellite coverage.
We are continuing to ensure that the $40 billion that is part of NORAD modernization includes all aspects of surveillance and Arctic defense, including satellites.
Justin?
There will be
Justin Ling, 3 minutes. I want to ask you about providing more technology to Ukraine. We just heard former President Petro Poroshenko speak a couple minutes ago about the need for more anti-air, more anti-missile, more anti-drone technology, particularly with the damage done this week to Ukraine's energy system. Is there more Canada can do? Is there more NATO can do to upgrade Ukraine's air defensive systems?
So Canada operates as one of 30 countries of the NATO alliance, and when the Defense Contact Group of more than 50 countries gets together, we put up a slide and essentially go around the table to ensure that each country is leveraging its own expertise and its own inventory to put on the table whatever it is that Ukraine needs, and in keeping with what we have in our inventory and what we can procure from industry. At the current time, Canada doesn't have the items you mentioned in your question, but what we do have is, as you have seen in our donations to date, expertise in industry that meets the needs of Ukraine, and in particular the asks of Minister Resnikov of me, and I have frequent conversations with him about these items. So the over 70 cameras for drones that we have provided to Ukraine in very short order are a specific ask of Minister Resnikov. The 500,000 pieces of winter clothing, again, a specific ask of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. The armored vehicles, 39 from GDLS and another 8 from Rochelle, those are also specific asks from Ukraine. The M777s and the ammunition for the M777s, in particular the 155 millimeter ammunition, again, a specific ask. So what I'm trying to suggest to you is we are giving whatever we can, and that's why you've seen now an over $1 billion monetary commitment for military aid and equipment for Ukraine from the Government of Canada.
I'm going to give you a really quick double-barrel question here. One is Ukraine is fundraising for what's called an anti-Shahid drone interception system. Is Canada considering providing funding for that? Is that something Canada can provide help with? Secondly, President Zelenskyy has said the most effective way to shoot down those missiles is through the air. They've re-upped that request for those MiG-29s from Poland. Has Canada changed its position on that? Do you envision NATO changing its position on sending those planes?
So on both of those items, I will say that we are continuing to have the conversation with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine as well as our NATO allies to make sure that we are doing whatever we can from either a monetary or a tangible equipment perspective to support Ukraine in its time of need. But as I said earlier, my focus really is on engaging Canadian industry to step up as quickly as possible to provide the aid that Ukraine is asking for and that Canada can directly provide. That's what I have direct efficacy with, and that is what we have been effective on providing. I'll just say, Justin, that we have had $500 million put on the table for the Ministry of Defense and me to spend in budget 2022. We spent that money in about 3 months. We just received another $500 million, and I expect that we will continue to walk the road of ensuring that Ukraine has equipment in the military space as quickly as possible from the Government of Canada, and that's what I'm working on every day. Thank you.
Hi, Minister. Just to pick up on what you were talking about there with military aid and NATO, obviously there was a significant discussion over the past week about the possibility of Article 5 being invoked. Even without intent, the Russians don't have the best history with aim. They're using missiles in ways they were not intended for. They've hit Moldova before. There's a very real possibility that they do hit a NATO country. What kind of conversations are you having with your colleagues about what happens in that event, which seems increasingly inevitable, even if it's not deliberate?
So as soon as those 2 missiles hit Poland, I was in touch with my counterpart, Mariusz Błaszczak, in Poland, and I have continued to offer support for that investigation going forward. Stepping back from that particular issue, as you have in your question, I will say that at all times, NATO allies are cognizant of the import of Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, that an attack against one is an attack against all, as well as Article 4 of that treaty. But by the same token, my approach in those conversations that you referenced is to be prudent, is to be cautious. We are at an inflection point in the global strategic environment, and I want to make sure that we have full information before we advocate particular positions around the table. And so I am a rational decision maker, and that's what we are waiting for in terms of the information coming out of Poland, but also in terms of decisions, very weighty decisions relating to the global strategic environment.
I know you have a close relationship with President Biden and his administration, but with the Republican situation in the House and some very vocal Republicans who are talking about walking back aid on Ukraine. For example, the howitzer shells were coming from the United States. How concerned are you about a changing situation that possibly affecting Canada's ability to provide aid to Ukraine?
In my conversations with Secretary Austin, I am hearing a very strong bilateral support for Ukraine. When Secretary Blinken was in Canada, he reiterated this position. And we have a co-delegation coming to HISF today. I will be meeting with them, which again represents a bipartisan support for the main topic here today, which is ensuring NATO solidarity and solidarity across stakeholders and partners for the solidarity and sovereignty of Ukraine, not to mention the stability of the rules-based international order. So the bottom line to your question is I expect that bipartisan support to continue all conversations that I have had have pointed in that direction. Peter, I'm not sure if you have anything else you want to add to that?
Thank you, Minister, and it's nice to talk. But I have to tell you, I've stood here with a few ministers over the years, and I just want to say to everybody that Canada is very lucky to have this Minister of National Defense. We do have a bipartisan group coming. You'll hear from Senator Risch and Representative Michael McCall. Representative McCall, I would urge all of you to pay close attention to that. That's tomorrow afternoon. Senator Risch is the Republican ranking member in the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, and Representative McCall will now be the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, which is very influential, and he will have an opportunity to give his point of view, which is influential, and as the minister suggested, it seems to me that there's going to be continued bipartisan support for supporting Ukraine from the United States.
Thanks. Brett?
Thank you. Peter, I'm going to make you talk again. But my follow-up will be the same question to you, Minister, as well. Once we hit Sunday, we're Friday now, and we arrive at Sunday, what will be a marker of success for this year's security forum? An announcement or a collaboration? What will be a success in your mind? And then, Minister, yours.
Well, I very much appreciate the question, and I will just say this about that. What we do, I won't speak for the minister, but what we do at Halifax International Security Forum, HFX, is not a science. It is an art. And bringing everybody together under one roof here with Nova Scotia hospitality in and of itself is an accomplishment. Why? Because ministers, legislators, experts are having the opportunity to interact and learn from each other. Specifically this year, we made a special effort to bring Ukrainians from Ukraine so that they would be able to tell their story. This is not something that is happening in the abstract. This is something that is happening to real people right now who are suffering. This hotel, the Westin Nova Scotian Hotel here in downtown Halifax, has 13 Ukrainian refugees that have arrived to Canada that are now working here at the hotel. So that's number one, is that being here together is an accomplishment in and of itself. But as the minister suggested, what is very important at this time is maintaining unity through the winter. The winter is going to be cold. It's going to be tough. I think for Canadians, we have to remember that in Europe, it's going to be, energy is going to be far more expensive. And just keeping in mind that nobody is going to suffer this winter more than the Ukrainians, and that Canadians, Americans, Europeans, everybody, I think, is very, very proud to be supporting Ukraine's effort against what really is a barbaric attack from the Russians.
Some of the most important things in life are not tangible. And so it is with the Halifax International Security Forum and academic conferences that I knew as a professor at the University of Toronto, and as Professor Stein knows. The ability for allies and academics and industry and non-governmental organizations to come together, to exchange ideas, to shore up support for an undeniably important moral cause cannot go unnoticed. And so I would say a successful conference is for us to continue to engage with each other, to foster the dialogue that the Halifax International Security Forum does so well, and to ensure that when we leave on Sunday, we know that we are united in our support and our advocacy for the rules-based international order and for the sovereignty of a country that was unjustifiably and illegally invaded on February 24th, 2022, not to mention the Russian invasion of Crimea in 2014. We must go on, and the Halifax International Security Forum allows us to continue to go on together.
And we'll go to Voice of America for a final question and follow-up.
Thank you so much. I'm Mehdi Agha from Voice of America Persian service with more than 50 million audience in Iran. As you know, Madam Minister, Iranian regime assists Russia with the weapon and drone in the Ukraine war, and Canadian government banned the high-level official Iranian leaders and include 10,000 members of the IRGC. And in the other side, brave Iranian people right now are praising in the street for freedom. What's the official statement of the Canadian government to Iranian regime, and what's your personal message as a woman in the power, a woman in the leadership for Iranian brave people, specifically Iranian women?
Well, as you know, the Canadian government has, over the past number of weeks, imposed sanctions and other items against the Iranian regime as a message of disagreement and condemnation of the treatment of women in that country. And as a woman myself, a racialized woman, that is simply trying to do my best for the Canadian public, I will say that I stand with all Iranian women who are seeking to do the same and beyond. Their fight is our fight.
Thank you very much. That concludes today's press conference. Merci tout le monde. Bon après-midi.
Thank you.
Minister Anand, ministers, members of Parliament, members of the congressional delegation, distinguished officers, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. My name is Peter Van Prague. On behalf of the HFX Board of Directors and everyone who worked to make this event possible, welcome to the 2022 Halifax International Security Forum. Last year, 2021, in Halifax, we marked the 20th anniversary of 9/11. It was not an auspicious anniversary. Just months earlier, the United States and its allies withdrew their troops from Afghanistan and discarded the hopes and dreams of so many Afghans who, for 20 years, believed that American and Western presence guaranteed for them a secure and perhaps even a modern future. August 2021 was a low point for Afghanistan, and indeed for all of us. No individual person, no single government was responsible for getting to that low place. It was a group effort. It was all of us. It was the culmination of 20 years of good intentions and bad results. The decisions made in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, North Korea going nuclear, Russia's invasion of Georgia, the Great Recession, Iran, the Arab Spring, and the Syrian Civil War, the surge of refugees more than at any time in human history, the successful rise of populist politics, the higher than necessary death toll from coronavirus, Hong Kong losing its freedoms, January 6th and its wake, climate change disasters, and our withdrawal from Afghanistan. It was a tragic end to a 20-year tragic era. On February 24th, 2022, this year, a new era began. Putin's Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its smaller neighbor, Ukraine. And Ukraine fought back. President Zelenskyy inspired his nation to defy, to resist, to survive, to win. Counter to the conventional narrative, it was not Russia's attack on Ukraine that brought unity of purpose to NATO and the Allies. No. It was Ukraine's defiance. It was Ukraine's sacrifice. It was Ukraine's fight that gave the rest of us what we had lost over the past 20 years. It was Ukraine's fight that gave us our unity of purpose. Had Ukraine surrendered, as some European leaders urged President Zelenskyy to do, it's not difficult to imagine where we would be now. A much weakened Europe, a divided NATO, a humbled America, all confronting an empowered Russia backed by a smiling Xi Jinping. That is not where we are. Quite the opposite. Because of Ukrainian sacrifice, Ukrainian courage, and Ukrainian ingenuity, the era that began on February 24th, 2022, now has the potential to be the most positive era yet for freedom and democracy. President Zelensky's Ukraine has given all of us an opportunity for a do-over. It's not often that you get a do-over, a second opportunity, a chance to correct past mistakes. But thanks to Ukraine's resolve, that is what we now have. If we needed reminding, Ukraine taught us all over again, our democracies are worth fighting for. Our democracies are worth saving. And that is what we're going to do. In a few minutes, you will hear from Canada's Minister of National Defence and your host for the weekend, Anita Anand. Minister, welcome back. But before that, if you'll bear with me, there are a few people here who I would like to introduce and welcome. Senator Shaheen, welcome back. Senator Shaheen has been coming to Halifax International Security Forum since it began in 2009. And if you have been paying attention, you will know that Senator Shaheen has been warning about Putin for at least that long. Senator, your leadership is so meaningful, and we are all very proud to host you here again. Senator Risch, welcome back. We are delighted to see you here again. To anyone inside the US or abroad who is eager to emphasize American division to advance their goals, your leadership, together with Senator Shaheen, of this Senate delegation sends an important message of unity of purpose to Americans and to the world. Senator Coons, welcome back. It's great to see you here again. Thank you for coming. Senator Gillibrand, Senator Rounds, Senator Rosen, welcome to your first Halifax International Security Forum. And thank you to each of you for making the trip up. Senator Shaheen, Senator Risch, special thank you for bringing the United States Secretary of Defense along with you as well. Representative McCall, Representative Jacobs, Representative Crow, welcome. United States Secretary of Defense Austin, welcome to Halifax. We are thrilled to have you here with us. He is here with us, and we are all looking forward to your remarks from this podium tomorrow. Also with us this weekend for the first time is President Alar Karash of Estonia and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, head of the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I also want to welcome Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Luis Almagro, who is with us for the first time. Secretary General, welcome. I'm very proud to welcome the 2022 class of the Halifax Peace with Women Fellowship and the 2020 class that was not able to travel that year because of the pandemic, but who is with us now. Senior officers from the UK, France, Netherlands, Austria, Sweden, Lithuania, Germany, Norway, Spain, Slovak Republic, Switzerland, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, the US, and Canada are concluding their 3-week study tour with us at the forum this weekend. 2022 marks 5 years of the fellowship. Members of the 2018, 2019, and 2021 class of the fellowship join us here this weekend as well. Building and nurturing this talented network of leaders from allied countries is something that we are very proud of, and you will hear more about the fellowship at dinner tonight. Fellows, welcome to Halifax. I want to take a moment to thank the people who make this weekend work. The true secret of our success is the gorgeous venue here at the Westin Nova Scotian and the warmth of the people who work here. Adding to that warmth are 13 refugees from Ukraine working here at the Westin Nova Scotian, all of whom are simultaneously feeling the pain of being far from their home while the people they love are in danger, and proud to be welcomed so warmly to Nova Scotia, to Canada. Thank you. We also have many young local volunteers from the Halifax community. They are identifiable by their white lanyards, and I know are looking forward to welcoming you. I want to thank Club HFX, the group of pro-democracy businesses that most generously supports our work. Nancy Southern, Calgary-based ATCO Group Chairman and CEO, welcome back. Sir Michael Arthur, President of Boeing International, welcome back. Bill McCaffrey, founder of Calgary-based Meg Energy, who started Club HFX more than 10 years ago, welcome back. And although they can't be here this weekend, I want to thank Istanbul-based Amit Çolak, Chairman of Çolak Holding, and Ankara-based Savaş Erdem, CEO of OYAK, for their steadfast support. Together, Club HFX ensures that the work we do here this weekend and throughout the year will continue. In short, without them, there would be no Halifax International Security Forum. Nancy, Sir Michael, Bill, and senior members of their teams will be identified this weekend by their gold lobster pin. When you see them, please do take a moment to stop and say thank you to them for their generous support. Nancy, Sir Michael, Bill, thank you for your very generous support. Thank you to our silver sponsors. Thank you also to NATO. Your support has been fundamental to us, and I'm glad to have Admiral Bauer with us this weekend. Thank you, Ipsos, for your generous cooperation. Thank you, Politico and Foreign Affairs Magazine, our media partners. And thank you to the Government of Canada, the Department of National Defence, the Canadian Forces, and the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, ACOA, for your enthusiastic support. Quite simply, we wouldn't be here without you. Deputy Minister of Defence, Bill Matthews, thank you. General Eyre, Chief of Canada's Defence Staff, thank you for your confidence in us. I want to give a special thank you to Jeff Mullen from ACOA, who steadfastly supported Halifax International Security Forum since it was only an idea. Jeff is retiring at the end of this year, and we're going to miss him. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to our agenda working group, who worked with me during the summer months to ensure that the issues that need to be on our agenda this weekend are on our agenda this weekend. Earlier today, we launched HFX Conversations. HFX Conversations will be our online publication, and I am proud that we launched today with essays corresponding to the agenda by President Karish, Secretary General Almagro, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Peter Fiala, and President of Israel, Isaac Herzog. HFX Conversations will begin publishing essays and interviews regularly with global leaders in January. HFX Conversations and the entire agenda, along with your picture, can be found in this gorgeous book featuring Ukraine's national colors. During the weekend, if Twitter is still open, please use it and other social media to convey your thoughts throughout our on-the-record sessions. Our hashtag is HFX2022. Please do not use social media during our off-the-record sessions. The chair of our board of directors is Canadian icon, Professor Janice Stein. U.S. Ambassador Mark Lippert is our vice chair. Janice, Mark, thank you for your leadership. Treasurer Ahmet Taçyıldız of Turkey, President Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic of Croatia, Dr. Luis Rubio of Mexico, and JJ Omojuwa of Nigeria. Our entire board of directors is here. Thank you, each of you, for your wisdom and guidance and support. And I want to thank my team, many of whom are new to HFX this year. Michael Svetlik, COO, Susan Markham, Director, and Michaela Tucker, Program Associate for the Peace with Women Fellowship. Suri Houston, our Event Director, Madison Galdi, Program Manager, Emily Law, who runs our China program, Katya Baranek, my EA, Dan Duga is our Comms Director, thank you Dan, and Steve Markle is our filmmaker, thank you Steve. I also want to acknowledge Laura Bridge, our Managing Director, who once again will be celebrating her birthday during Halifax International Security Forum. Every year. Happy birthday, Laura, and thank you. I have a great team, and I'm grateful to each of them. Recognizing who is with us in the room makes us realize who is not with us this year. One of Russia's bravest Democrats, Volodymyr Kara-Murza, will not be able to join us this year because he's in a Moscow prison cell, serving a sentence for treason. Treason, these days in Russia, is called telling the truth. In absentia, we will recognize Volodymyr at dinner this evening with our HFX Builder Award. Tomorrow morning, we will again miss having Senator John McCain with us as we award the 2022 John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service to the women of Ukraine. We are fortunate to be joined, however, by Jack McCain, Senator McCain's son, who will be awarding the prize. Jack, welcome. Recognizing Ukraine's fight for freedom here at Halifax, there are a few things that are a little different this year. For example, you will see camouflage netting down some of the hallways. This is not decoration. This is actual camouflage that local Nova Scotians are making and sending over to Ukraine to protect civilian infrastructure from Russian missiles. As well, instead of the Saturday lunch that participants at Halifax have received in the past, tomorrow's lunch will be a simple meal similar to that Ukraine's citizen soldiers are receiving on the front lines. Of course, there are some Ukrainian officials who plan to be here but could not leave the country at this time. I know that everyone in this room also traveled a long way, and so I thank you for your understanding as we will accommodate some Ukrainians with virtual presentations, the first ever here at Halifax International Security Forum. But also different this year, I am proud to say, is that we have with us more than 24 Ukrainian heroes who have traveled a long way to be here. Leading the official delegation is Olga Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for coming. President Poroshenko, welcome back. Thank you for coming. Your being here is an important reminder that Ukraine is fighting for more than survival. Ukraine is fighting to preserve its democracy. I want to take a moment to introduce one member of the delegation, my friend Andrei Shevchenko, Ambassador Andrei Shevchenko. Last year, Andrei was here representing Ukraine as ambassador to Canada. When Russia invaded, Andrei created Media Center Ukraine to help Ukraine's government get its message out to Ukrainians and to the world. Media Center Ukraine has done an amazing job getting people the truth about what is happening in Ukraine. It is important work. Andrei, you are a hero. Andrei's brother was also a hero. Yevhen Oliferenko, known to Gare Elvis, was a platoon commander with the International Legion, killed in action in July next to Bakhmut in Donetsk. Yesterday, Elvis was awarded with the Order for Courage by President Zelenskyy. Among the delegation of Ukrainians with us this weekend are journalists, civil society leaders, business people, veterans and POWs, politicians and experts, and all of them are heroes. You will hear from them on panels and see them in the hallways. Please talk to them. Introduce yourself. Hear their stories, as painful as they are. Learn from each other. That is why we are all here at Halifax, to learn from each other. So let's take the time we need to listen, to understand, to learn. Every issue in the world is now connected to what happens in Ukraine. Energy security, food security, human security, the very future of freedom itself is on the agenda. Thanks to Ukraine's leadership, Ukraine's will, and Ukraine's sacrifice, Ukraine's partners have found renewed purpose. Canadians, Americans, and their allies and partners are so very proud of the material support, lethal and non-lethal, that their countries moved to the fight in Ukraine. It has made the difference. Now, as more Russian missiles fall on Ukraine than at any time since February, let us, Canada, the United States, and the democracies of the world stand together with Ukraine to build a new era, a strong era of democracy, opportunity, and peace for all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct privilege to introduce you to the Honorable Anita Anand, Canada's Minister of National Defence. Before entering politics in the 2019 election, Minister Anand was a law professor at the University of Toronto, Canada's leading university, where she held the J.R. Kimber Chair in Investor Protection Corporate Governance. She's the author of a number of books on corporate law and has taught at Yale, at Queen's, and at the University of Western Ontario. She represents Oakville, which is just outside Toronto, but she was born and raised right here in Nova Scotia. It's been 1 year since Minister Anand assumed the role of Minister of Defense, and in that short period of time, she has provided the Department of National Defense with leadership, strong leadership on international security issues and much needed internal reform. It is my privilege to invite Minister Anand to the podium. Minister.
I was hoping you would bring that up here. Good afternoon. What a wonderful afternoon it is to be here all together again at the Halifax International Security Forum. General Eyre, Deputy Minister Matthews, NATO counterparts, ministers who have come from far and wide, distinguished delegates, friends, allies, partners. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to Halifax. I acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Today and every day, we reaffirm our commitment to meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Je suis vraiment ravie d'être de retour au Forum, une fois de plus. How many of you have been to this forum before? It's just wonderful to see people coming back and back again. Why? Because this conference, this venue, and the discussions that we will have offer an unparalleled opportunity for the world's democracies to connect with decision makers, military leaders, and industry partners from around the world. Thank you, Peter. Thank you to you and your entire team for co-hosting such a fantastic event year after year. Back in the good old days, when I was a prof at the University of Toronto, I organized many conferences. And I know that tomorrow or Sunday, you will start the process of planning for next year. You will gather ideas, and you will begin the 365 process of making sure we can gather again. So I thank you for your work year after year. On a more personal note, as Peter implied, we are just 90, well, I think 60 minutes now with the new and improved 101 from where I was born and where I grew up in Kemptville, Nova Scotia. So if you have time after the forum is over, be sure to head north to Kemptville and tell them Anita sent you. Nova Scotia is a special place, and not just for me, but for our entire country. It's full of talented, smart people who love this country and who stand with our armed forces. Earlier today, I announced that Canada is proposing the Halifax Regional Municipality to host the North American Regional Office of DIANA, NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. The objective of DIANA is to facilitate cooperation between military operators and the alliance's best and brightest startups, scientific researchers, technology companies to solve critical allied defense and security problems. I thank Admiral Bauer for being with us on the jetty this morning and for your remarks. With more than 300 entrepreneurial science and technology startups, Canadian Forces Base Halifax, Defense Research and Development Canada, and 7 universities, the Regional Municipality of Halifax is a natural host for DIANA. Now, a lot has changed since last year's forum, and I am loath to state the obvious. But I will say that our conversations this weekend take on a new sense of urgency. No matter how you look at it, our world is growing darker. From the ashes of the Second World War emerged a rules-based international order, which has underpinned global security and prosperity for nearly 80 years. And that order is based on a set of shared values and principles meant to govern the international order, including respect for national sovereignty and the rule of law. But now emboldened authoritarian regimes are openly challenging the international order in pursuit of their own reckless agenda. Que ce soit la guerre illégale et injustifiée menée par la Russie en Ukraine ou le comportement de plus en plus assuré de la Chine, les acteurs non étatiques se montrent plus audacieux. Pendant ce temps, l'émergence rapide de technologies comme l'intelligence artificielle et la robotique donne lieu à de nouveaux défis, des nouveaux risques et de nouveaux dilemmes. De plus, les changements climatiques continuent de perturber la vie au pays et à l'étranger. These threats are all real, and our world has come to an inflection point. Collectively, we face two paths. Do we let the hard-fought gains of the past 80 years slip away and return to a world where might makes right? Or do liberal democracies stand together to preserve the longest stretch of progress, cooperation, and freedom the world has ever known? Path number 2 will require a strong and united effort of like-minded nations. Call it multilateralism for the 21st century. Canada, for its part, is firmly on the side of liberal democracy and international order. The number of Ukrainian flags flying in solidarity in communities across this country makes that abundantly clear. And I hope those of you visiting from abroad get a chance to see these flags. They are on porches, they are flying from vehicles, they are on lapels, and we are all collectively committed to the stability, the sovereignty, and the security of Ukraine. Aujourd'hui, je discuterai donc de la nécessité de réaffirmer la coopération et les institutions multilatérales afin de surmonter les problèmes de sécurité moderne.
Modern security issues. I will also be emphasizing the role, the frontline role being played by Canada in the Ukraine, in North America, and the Indo-Pacific region.
When Vladimir Putin further invaded Ukraine on February 24th, he made a number of false assumptions. One assumption was that the Russian army would easily override the Ukrainians. He was wrong. The spirit and determination of the Ukrainian people and President Zelenskyy continue to inspire us all. Ukraine's armed forces are driven, disciplined, and make no mistake, better trained, and they are winning. Another assumption was that the international community would simply look away. Again, Putin misjudged. Russia's full-scale and unprovoked invasion has only strengthened NATO's resolve and unity and renewed its raison d'être. C'est ce que je ressens durant chaque appel.
That is what I feel during each phone call and each meeting that I have with my NATO counterparts.
Minister of Defense, to our forum for the first time. Welcome. For our part, Canada stands firmly with Ukraine. We have provided Ukraine with M777 howitzers, artillery ammunition, and anti-tank weapons, dozens of high-resolution drone cameras, and 39 armored combat support vehicles built right here in Canada. At Wednesday's meeting, this week, Wednesday's meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, I announced a further $34 million in military aid for Canada to Ukraine, including satellite services, drone cameras, winter gear to keep the Ukrainian troops warm in the winter months. And earlier this week, we announced that we have allocated another $500 million for additional military aid for Ukraine, bringing our total commitment of military aid for Ukraine to over $1 billion since this February. Et notre industrie.
And our industry as well is quite significant because it does produce high-quality equipment, and in the future we will continue to work with our partners in the industry to give Ukraine the aid that it needs.
We are also training new Ukrainian recruits in the United Kingdom. And as announced this week, this training will continue through the end of 2023 in England. And as I recently announced, Canadian Armed Forces combat engineers are deploying to Poland to train Ukrainian sappers. And in fact, since 2015, the Canadian Armed Forces have trained more than 34,000 Ukrainian military personnel under Operation Unifier. The Communications Security Establishment is working with our Five Eyes partners to share valuable intelligence and cyber threat information with key partners in Ukraine while supporting efforts to counter Russian disinformation. And Canada is taking a leading role in NATO's eastern flank by leading the multinational Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group in Latvia. I was in Kyiv at the end of January, about 3 weeks before the invasion began, and I met with my good friend and colleague, Minister Resnikov, and other Ukrainian officials. And I also met with Ukrainian citizens. And when they saw the maple leaf on the shoulder of the uniforms of our soldiers, they stopped us on the street. And they told us how much it meant to have Canada's support, not just in 2022, but since 2015 under Operation Unifier. And I told them what I will tell you now, that Canada will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people for however long it takes, period. Now, while Canada is working in lockstep with its partners on the security crisis in Europe, we are also closely working with the United States to bolster our continental defenses. We must invest in the Arctic, which is quickly becoming a place of economic and geopolitical interest for countries like Russia and China. And that is why in June I announced Canada's plan to invest $38.6 billion over 20 years to modernize our NORAD capabilities. And this marks the most significant upgrade to Canada's NORAD capabilities in nearly 4 decades. Our investment is focused in 5 key areas: enhancing surveillance and modern threat detection, improving command and control, strengthening air defense capabilities, modernizing infrastructure, and research and development. Since I made the announcement in June, we've already begun to work with our U.S. partners to strengthen our integrated surveillance and decision-making capabilities. Our air forces are working together to refine plans to establish cutting-edge network of over-the-horizon radar sites in Canada and in the U.S. These sites will significantly improve our ability to detect incoming threats at longer ranges, including over the Arctic. And we are also looking at how we can upgrade infrastructure at 4 of our north operating locations, while also upgrading our future fighter infrastructure and quick reaction alert capabilities at military bases across the country. These upgrades will extend the range and capacity of NORAD's defenses, especially in the north, while ensuring that our infrastructure is more resilient to climate change. And our defense scientists have been working with U.S. counterparts to identify initial priorities for R&D, including how hypersonics, quantum technology, and space-based capabilities will shape new and emerging threats and how we can respond to them.
The capacity modernization in Canada within NORAD is a key task, which will continue over the next years. At each step, we will be resolute in working closely with our U.S. partners, as well as with the northern communities, as well as the indigenous people from coast to coast.
For more than 60 years, the bottom line is that Canada and the United States have stood shoulder to shoulder to protect our shared continent against evolving air and missile threats, a relationship based on mutual trust, shared values, and a deep friendship. And I thank the co-delegation for coming year after year in that spirit of friendship and partnership. Thank you. Together, we will continue to meet the threats of today and tomorrow. Now, turning to the Indo-Pacific. The fact is that the Indo-Pacific is at the center of a global shift. It is the fastest growing economic region of the world, responsible for almost 2/3 of global growth over the last several years. Every single issue that will impact global security in the coming decades runs through the Indo-Pacific, from economic growth to democracy, from climate change to human rights, including the rights of women and girls. The region is home to China, a global power that is becoming increasingly assertive as it advances interests and values that continue, frankly, to depart from ours. And Canada will always speak openly when it comes to upholding the values that underpin the rules-based international order. And our approach is shaped by a realistic and a clear-eyed assessment of China's assertive behavior. We will challenge China when we ought to. We will cooperate with China when we must. And we will continue to deepen our economic ties with our partners in the region. We will always engage where we must, including on Ukraine and North Korea. Let me be clear. North Korea's missile testing is unacceptable for Japan, for the Republic of Korea, and for all of us in the region. Canada condemns this reckless behavior in the strongest possible terms.
Canada will also continue to work with its partners to ensure respect and progress for the rules and standards that are helping all states and not just the major powers. As a Pacific nation, Canada is already deeply involved in the region.
Encourage responsible engagement in the Indo-Pacific, our armed forces are participating in multilateral training exercises with our allies through Operation Projection. And after transiting through the international waters of the Taiwan Strait again this year with our U.S. allies, our frigates have monitored UN Security Council sanctions against North Korea through Operation Neon. We are committed to deepening our engagement in the region over the coming decade, and that is why we will soon be releasing our comprehensive Indo-Pacific strategy. Our strategy will position Canada as a leader in promoting peace and security in the region. And from a defense perspective, we will increase our military presence and enhance our defense and security relationships with partners and allies in the region. We are adding a new national economic security lens on foreign investments in Canada, including in the critical mineral sector, as highlighted recently by Ministers Champagne and Wilkinson. In short, our soon-to-be-released Indo-Pacific strategy will showcase the best that Canada has to offer while making us a force for positive change in the region and in the world. To do all of this, Canada needs a military that can meet tomorrow's challenges. Nous priorisons le
We will be prioritizing recruitment and retention and the reconstitution of our armed forces, and we have put in place measures to achieve these goals. We will continue to promote cultural change, which is very important and necessary within our armed forces. And I thank Lieutenant General Carignan for their work.
Our government has also begun reviewing and updating our defense policy, Strong, Secure, Engaged. The global security environment has changed so much since it was first released in 2017, and we need to change it. We need to update it. And this defense policy update will ensure that Canada is ready to navigate an increasingly complex and dangerous world. And I thank those of you who are here today for your input on this defense policy update. Now I will wrap up. I'm a student of history. I remember devouring history books during my university studies and reading almost every biography and autobiography that my mother painfully purchased at bookstores right here in Halifax so that we could all read them at home. To me, today's global security environment is eerily reminiscent of 1914. We see power struggles between nations, the rise of new technology, disruption, and upheaval. And we all know what happened next. Today's outcome can be different, but it will take work. It will take a renewed commitment to bilateral and multilateral cooperation among allies and like-minded democratic nations. At the end of the Cold War, I was in my undergrad at the time, American scholar Francis Fukuyama mused about what he called the end of history. He wrote about the final victory of liberal democracy. And I think we can all agree that his prediction was premature. But that is not a reason to give up hope. Last month, Fukuyama wrote, "Liberal democracy will not make a comeback unless people are willing to struggle on its behalf." Quite simply, we cannot give up the fight. We cannot take liberal democracy for granted. And as we work together to defend the values that we hold dear, Canada is here as your friend, your ally, and your partner. And we are fully committed to this noble mission. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Anand, thank you. We appreciate the time you made for us. All of you here are extremely generous with time we know you don't have in the name of offering insight we all need. No one is more generous than the man you will hear from very, very soon. My name is Adrienne Arsenault of CBC's National. I'm the chief correspondent for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I'm proud to be in the cohort of journalists who reported from Ukraine over this past year. And you've heard this point made before, but let's make it again. Many, many months ago, some people looked around the world at what they could see and what they could count, and they made a bit of a presumption. They looked at military budgets and the number of soldiers and equipment and presumed that if Russia were to hypothetically continue its invasion of Ukraine, that its strength might have pushed Ukraine into a fighting retreat. But we all saw that that presumption evaporated on that February day, when Ukraine and Ukrainians did not retreat, they did not shrink. That presumption evaporated when President Volodymyr Zelenskyy made that call to get out of his suit and tie and put on the green and dig his boots into the sturdy streets of Kyiv and say, no, I'm not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. He continues to make those bold choices. He continues to be consistently seen by Ukrainians, heard by the rest of the world as unwavering, as hopeful, as resilient. And it's clear, he inspires his nation as much as they inspire him. He didn't want a ride that day, he famously said. He wanted ammunition. He still wants ammunition. The journalists here and the policymakers here, the journalists and policymakers here, we spend a lot of time looking at the dangers of disinformation around the world. We talk a lot about how anger is a major motivator for what gets shared online. What we don't talk often enough about, though, is how inspiration online is as much of an accelerator and motivator as anger. And if you ever doubted that, remember Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Look at how he has rallied the people of Ukraine and governments and citizens far from its borders. Look at how the world's attention has been captured, how urgently. That urgency is so necessary, and it's necessary right this minute. It is cold in Kyiv tonight. It's really cold. Russian missiles have struck the energy infrastructure, the natural gas, heat and light are scarce. There is a lot of work to be done. There are so many military and civilian needs that have yet to be fulfilled. The Ukrainians in this room, in this hotel, the Ukrainians working in this hotel, living here, know that all too well. But what is so very clear is that inspiration still flows. And it comes directly from a secure location in Kyiv. And this is where we find President Volodymyr Zelenskyy tonight.
Dear friends, maybe most of the discussions at this year's forum will address one question: how to end the Russian war. But I will ask you to formulate more precise question: how to restore real and just peace. Simply, the end of the war doesn't guarantee peace. Russia is now looking for a short truce, a respite to regain strength. Someone may call this the war's end, but such a respite will only worsen the situation. Any voiced ideas of our land's concessions or of our sovereignty cannot be called peace. Immoral compromises will lead to new blood. A truly real, long-lasting and honest peace can only be the result of the complete demolition of Russian aggression. There are 10 items in the Ukrainian peace formula. These are challenges which should be overcome for the sake of security of Ukraine, Europe, and the world. This is peace formula for the world. Ukraine proposed precisely such a peace formula. I presented it to the UN General Assembly and the G20 summit, and I'm asking you to help us implement this formula. This is the only way to the real peace. First item is radiation and nuclear safety. The second one is food security. The third is energy security. The fourth is the release of all war prisoners and deportees. The fifth is the implementation of the UN Charter and the restoration of our territorial integrity and world order. The sixth is the pull-out of Russian troops and the end of hostilities. The seventh is the restoration of justice, namely the tribunal of those guilty of aggression crime and damages compensation. The eighth is countering ecocide. Ninth are the security guarantees for Ukraine to prevent escalation. And the 10th is the confirmation of the war's end. What is the goal of such approach? We emphasize on all of the elements of Russian aggression and offer our partners to demolish all aspects of aggression together with us in order to provide security. That is something where each of our partners can show their leadership. We have already succeeded in some things. For example, we extended the grain export initiative and offer a new humanitarian initiative, Grain from Ukraine, to enhance of food security. In the same way, we can go step by step in other items of our peace formula. I suggest you, dear forum participants, to choose the possible leadership options for your countries. Each item of our peace formula had the proposals for particular solutions. Please choose which item you can help with. I believe that Canada, which strongly supports us, will also choose one of the peace formula items for itself and will show all the strengths of its leadership. I assure you that peace is possible, but for it to exist, we must make impossible Russian aggression all of its elements. Let it happen. Let there be peace. Glory to Ukraine.
Well, that was a list. I hope everyone was taking notes there. I do believe the vernacular is those are the marching orders from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. We had hoped that this would have been a live presentation from him. I know you can all appreciate that due to what is happening there. He is moving around a lot. He's in a secure location, and we're grateful to have had what we had. So we are going to continue with the program. We know you like videos, so here's another one. Let's begin the session.
So President Zelenskyy asked us all a really hard question. Where is the security, given what has happened to Ukraine in the last 9 months? Our Minister of National Defense, and I want to thank you again for the contribution that you are making to Canada and more generally to the support that you are providing to Ukraine. But you have said as well, this invasion has shaken the foundations of the international order. It is, as one of our Peace with Women fellows said earlier today at lunch, this is a war of necessity, not a war of choice. And that is a challenge to all of us. So with me today, I have really 4 outstanding panelists that it is my pleasure to welcome. Sitting right next to me is President Alar Klaris of Estonia, who, as we say, lives right in the neighborhood. Next to the president is Senator Jeanne Shaheen, and welcome again, Senator, and thank you, the senator from New Hampshire. It's just wonderful to have you. Our Minister of National Defense, Anita, Anand, that you have all had the chance to meet, and Dolkan Isa, the president of the World Uyghur Congress that is headquartered now in Germany. Let me start with you, President Karas. You live in the neighborhood. If President Zelenskyy were sitting right there, what would you tell him? Where is the security when our international institutions were paralyzed, when we have China declaring unlimited friendship with Russia, when India is being careful about what it does and whom it supports? How do you answer that cry, where is the security?
You're absolutely right. We are almost neighbors. There is 100 kilometers from our capital to Kiev. It's about 600 miles. And it's 200 kilometers from our capital, Tallinn, to Russia. And I had the opportunity to, as a president, visit Kiev 2 days before actually the war started, and 2 months later. So two different visits. It's an extremely difficult question, to be honest. And then this morning, one of a local TV presenter asked me, why am I here at this forum? So I said there are a number of urgent issues to discuss, as Euro-Atlantic security faces the most serious threat since the end of Cold War, not to say if not since the end of the Second World War. And in Europe, this threat is Russia. And most importantly, this threat is actually a long-term threat, as we heard also from President Zelenskyy, even if it's temporarily weakened by the fighting in Ukraine. But allow me to make to give a couple of points. And firstly, the outcome of this war in Ukraine has much broader significance for the global security. It will be kind of a litmus test how fiercely we, as a community of democratic nations, are willing to fight for our democratic principles. And will this outcome reinforce the idea that all nations are free to determine the form of government and the international security arrangements? Or will it legitimize the right of the aggressor to deny the existence of another nation or another state at will, and impose this will by using military force, committing genocide and war crimes? And secondly, the outcome of this war also gives a signal to authoritarian states and their leaders. So we really must answer the question, what kind of world do we want to live in?
going to come back to you, but I'm going to go to Senator Shaheen. And let me just set the table here, Senator Shaheen. There were election results in your country that were a stunning surprise without any partisan comment at all. For many, a pleasant surprise. But one of the questions that allied nations ask all the time, will there be continuity of policy? Do you see U.S. policy as the leader of NATO in support of Ukraine? Will that continue without bumps, or do you see any waves along the shore?
Well, for all of us who live in a democracy, we understand that policy may change based on who the current leaders are, and those leaders are determined by the people of the country. I was pleased with the outcome of the elections in the U.S. because so many of those people who were the most extreme were defeated, and that was a good sign. It was a good sign for democracy. But one of the things that I think it's important to remind people is that we continue to have very strong bipartisan support for the policies that the U.S. is engaged in supporting the Ukrainians in this unjust war. I am part of the biggest congressional delegation to this forum since I've been coming here. There are 9 of us, 6 senators, 3 members of the House. It's very bipartisan, and we share the same sentiment that, as President Karras said so well, that this war is about a lot more than whether Ukraine is able to maintain their territorial integrity. That clearly is important, and we all admire the courage and the fight that we've seen from the Ukrainians. But it's also about, again, as President Karras and as Minister Anand said, it's also about the international world order. And make no mistake, everyone is watching the outcome. And if we want to protect this international world order that we have, that is based on rules that says one dictator shouldn't be able to take over and start a war like we've seen from Putin in Ukraine, then the world has to respond. And so I think the effort that the allies have made, the transatlantic alliance and democracies around the world have made in support of Ukraine is absolutely critical, and we've got to ensure that the Ukrainians win this fight, because it's about what all of us see in the future. If we all want to live in countries where we can determine our own future, then we have to make sure the Ukrainians are able to determine theirs.
Minister Anand, you've been at the forefront ever since this invasion of building and contributing to the coalition of states that have, in fact, come together to support Ukraine. I'm sure you were struck, as I was, that President Zelenskyy issued that cry, "Where is the security?" after he watched what we would all consider, I think, a dysfunctional meeting of the UN Security Council. As you look out at the next year, and as minister, where will you put your effort? Will it be into renovating institutions that are not performing up to scratch? Or are you going to put your effort and energy in reinforcing the coalition of the like-minded?
Well, I'll just say to start off that, President Zelenskyy continues to inspire and continues to motivate and continues to make us all strive to do better for him, for Ukraine, and for the rules-based international order. And that motivates me every single day. In terms of the priorities, where will we put our energy from a Canadian government perspective? I know my speech was long, but there was a small few few lines in there that were really important in terms of the direction that we need to be heading in, and that is on reconstitution, retention, and recruitment. And the reason I say that, Janice, is that in order for our military to be robust and to execute domestically in cases of forest fires, floods, in cases of emergency like we saw in the COVID-19 pandemic, and in order for our Canadian Armed Forces to be strong abroad in protecting NATO's eastern flank or being ready to train Ukrainian soldiers in England and Ukrainian engineers in Poland, we need to have a robust military. And so the top priority for me is to continue to ensure that the culture change that we have been embarking on continues apace, so that we build a military where everyone who puts on a uniform in service of our country can feel safe, respected, and protected regardless of their race, religion, culture, gender, disability, or other characteristic. That will provide the foundation from a moral and operational standpoint for us to execute and execute well.
I have to say that your statement, Minister Anand, reflects why we come together as a forum for democracies, because that is, in fact, the description of a military in a democratic society. So that is an important priority. Dolka and Isa, you are looking at Russian aggression from outside the region, in fact, in Asia. But as Minister Anand has said, and as President Karas just said, what is happening in Ukraine has implications far beyond the region. So when you look at the implications of this war for East Asia, but also for minorities and for those who are deprived of democratic rights, any rights at all for that matter, how do you see the consequences?
Well, thank you. And President Zelenskyy saying where is the security? Well, it simply is there is no security anymore. Not because only the Russian war against the Ukraine. No, we have witnessed entire people, entire world, and are very difficult and hard time at the moment. Not only because of the Ukraine war, not only because of the COVID, because also now is the democracy under threatened today, and the climate change and the environment also threatened by the countries, particularly China. China, not only and unlimited friendship of the Russia is behind of the war, is a strong support of China. We have seen this, And now is the democracy of Hong Kong is over. It is the all entire world is witness that nothing has been done. Is Hong Kong democracy over? Today is Tibetan people is suffering a lot. Chinese government implement is cultural genocide against the Tibetan people. For the Uyghur people, since 2016, more than 6 years, more than 3 million people, Uyghur, Kazakh, other Turkic people, and the concentration camp, 21st century. 75 years ago, after Holocaust, world leader promised never again. Unfortunately, never again is happening again today. Just whole entire world witness just silence. Of course, we have seen positive response, entire world, United Nations, United States, or some other European countries is speaking out. But only speaking is not good enough to stop them. So China today not only persecuting Tibet, Uyghur, Hong Kong, also and export, it is repression governance policy to the other country. One Belt, One Road project of the China, Xi Jinping's dream, is a Chinese dream. It is territorial expanding project. So today, non-countries, all neighboring countries, East Asia, Asia Pacific, and not safe, no security.
You're putting a really important issue on the table because I think President Zelenskyy's question, where is security? We answered it. in the immediate region. But we know that security has expanded beyond the military sphere. And as part of this war, we've seen cyber issues, we've seen food security, we've seen energy securities. And so we've seen the security threats not only deepen, but we've seen them widen. So I'd like to come to all of you just to talk about that briefly. Let me start with you, President Karas. Estonia, President Karas just told me, I thought they were larger, but it's 1.3 million.
Sorry about that.
I thought there were a few more. But it is the most digitized country in the world, which is astonishing. But it is correspondingly vulnerable to cyber disruption and to attacks on its electricity grid. As you live in this dangerous neighborhood now, how do you think about providing security at home in what, again, we were talking about with our Women in Peace Fellowship, in a whole of society understanding of security?
Yes, you are right. We are a digital country, and as you mentioned, can be easily attacked. But we started this defense system already in 2008 when we actually were attacked by Russia. So we had a long tradition of preparing ourselves to defend ourselves. So, and as far as Ukraine is concerned, we also have given assistance to Ukrainians. And as you see, they are extremely good in defending against cyber attacks. And what we do in Estonia, we have already starting from kindergarten, basically, to teach our kids to defend themselves from different attacks. There is also an international competition for young people up to 24 years. That means there is a cyber attack kind of competition where they can defend themselves. So we are training ourselves all the time. And in past, it was attacked to the USA, but now it's everywhere, and 24/7. We are all attacked by Russians. But we even make any political reactions on that anymore because we are not that vulnerable anymore.
So you've made yourself less vulnerable.
Yeah.
Senator Shaheen, same set of issues I know in the United States, but again, the United States plays an extraordinary role in promoting energy security. Along Janet Yellen has led a global initiative. Look out for us over this next year and tell us how you see this broadened security envelope developing over this next year. Energy security, food security, cyber.
Look, I don't think there's a magic solution here. This is about nations that share the same values, like all of us who are here, continuing every day to look at ways that we can address the critical issues that are facing the world. Food security. I can tell you, I'm disappointed actually that Turkey is not represented at the forum. I know that President Erdogan was planning to be here, and certainly I've had my differences with some of Turkey's policies and President Erdogan, but he deserves credit for helping to negotiate the grain deal with Russia. And so I think we've got to look at ways on energy. You know, I spoke out a long time ago against Nord Stream 2 because I thought it made Europe more dependent on Russian energy rather than less dependent. Obviously, many people in Europe didn't agree with that until the war in Ukraine. And now there's a different perspective on energy. We have disagreements in the US about whether we should be all in on alternative sources of energy and wind, solar, or whether we should do more drilling. Well, I think we're probably going to have to do both. And again, I think there isn't a magic solution. What we've got to do is continue to work every day to look at where there are opportunities. And that's why this kind of dialogue is so important. That's why the multilateral institutions that we have are so important. And recognizing the shortcomings of the UN, we are still a whole lot better to have the UN, to have a forum where people can dialogue, where we can look at how we take action, than to not have it. And so I think, again, it's one of the benefits of forums like this, that this is an opportunity for us to talk about how we can work together, what we can do, where we need to strengthen our international institutions, and where they're failing us, and we need to work harder. So hopefully that's going to be the goal of the next couple of days, and we will come out of here feeling like we have some directions in areas that we might not have had coming into this discussion.
I think there's a consensus that there's an agenda of work to be done.
Undoubtedly.
As we respond to this shock. You know, Mr. Anand, I know that you have increased spending in Canada on that broader security agenda, on cyber, on intelligence capabilities, the whole set of capabilities that are so important to countries in order for their military to perform to their fullest ability. Again, looking forward, what do you think Canada and other allies need to do over this next year so that when we gather in Halifax next November, times will not be getting darker, as you said earlier today?
Well, first and foremost, I would say that we need to continue to support and put faith in multilateral alliances. I think that we are stronger together. And certainly from Canada's standpoint, that means the NATO alliance, that means our Five Eyes partnerships, that means NORAD, and that means recognizing that we need to continue to embark not only on policy making in our own Canadian sphere, such as in terms of growing the Canadian Armed Forces, as I mentioned, but also ensuring that we are unified when these threats are posed to us. Now, to me, the most difficult thing about the Zelensky's question, where's the security, is that the term security is somewhat complex. It's like the term democracy or liberalism. Those are extremely complex terms, and they need to be applied in the given situation in which they arise. And so when we talk about security, we need more. We need more information. Where, what, and how can we band together as multilateral allies to find the solution? The one area, Janice, that I thought you could also mention in your question, in addition to the importance of cyber and energy and military and environmental security, all of which are important, is economic security writ large. We are seeing China and Russia trying to make gains in industries that are not traditionally held by those countries, and in particular China, seeking to gain toeholds in Canadian companies, especially in our critical minerals sector. So it's extremely important for us to be aware that when we're talking about our national security, we are taking into account our economic security and our ability to maintain a national control in those firms. In my last life, as mentioned, I was a corporate and securities law professor. And takeover bid law in our country is provincially run. And so it is left to the federal government from a defense perspective to say, at the end of the day, when provincial securities regulators make their decisions about securities transactions, for example, in the critical mineral sectors that they're permitting to go forward, do we have a federal government lens that we can put on to protect our critical minerals sector? And recently, François-Philippe Champagne announced that 3 Chinese divestments would have to occur in 3 Canadian companies. And so I just want us to recognize that we're in an era where we're not just talking about military threats. As you suggest in your question, it's cyber, its environment, its military, but it is also a broader economic threat that we all must be aligned and aware to.
Now, that's a really important, addition to that list. Economic security and Canada, as Minister Anand just said, just recently announced that we will have a national economic security lens, which is a shift, I think, that comes directly in response to what has happened both in Ukraine and in the Indo-Pacific. So that speaks to the broadening. Let me add one more item to the list. Dolkan, I come to you, which is everyone has talked about the form of democracies and how important rights are as part of the evolving security agenda. You represent a community in China that, as you say, has been imprisoned, deprived of its language, deprived of its rights. Can you tell us two concrete things that this forum of democracies could do to support communities like yours that face these challenges?
Well, now is democracy must be protected. Unfortunately, we have seen now the world is voice of democracy is weak, and the voice of the authoritarian country is more loudly, because China is leads that. We have seen the United Nations, some other international platform. China uses economic power to try to manipulate a lot of countries, particularly African countries, Muslim countries. So I already told last 6 years, and the concentration camp ongoing, and the genocide ongoing against the Uyghurs, but democratic countries in the United Nations, last section is 50 countries signed joint statement, stop ongoing genocide, ongoing atrocity against Uyghurs, but more than 66 countries support China, even today, despite of the High Commissioner of Human Rights report published, and another more than 100 countries continue silence, because China really occupied all this country. So that's why democracy is just a slogan at the moment. It must be protected. So most of them now we have witnessed more than nearly 1 year is Ukrainian war, Russian war against Ukraine, and now is the country is set up a coalition and trying to stop this war. But problem is we have to prevent, not stop. Is the dangerous is coming, and it is not good enough. It is difficult to stop this dangerous. So before coming to the dangerous, should the country, democratic nation, unfortunately time to time we have seen is split voice, not coming same voice, particularly against China, So that's why it's a problem. And now is a democratic nation at least coming to same voice, united. It is very important.
I think you're making such an important point. And if we look at the numbers that you just reported to us, it's frankly concerning, right? That you have 50 countries that sign the resolution in support. You have 100 that are silent, which is remarkable. And I know, Minister Anand, you have been talking about this as well. And that's part of what all of us see when we look out at a world now that is very different. Senator Shaheen, when you look out and think about the Indo-Pacific, the US government issued an Indo-Pacific strategy. Our government is in the process right now, as Minister Anand said, of issuing a strategy. How do you see the international order evolving in that part of the world, which is a hinge part of the world, frankly?
Well, I think it's not the only part of the world that is fragile and subject to Chinese influence. If we look at Africa and if we look at Latin America, certainly the influence that China has on both of those continents is significant. And we need to come up with a strategy in the Western world for how we're going to counter that. It's a debate that we have in the United States Congress on a regular basis, because it is an economic threat, as you pointed out, Minister. It's also a military threat. If we're not willing, I had a really interesting conversation with a previous Prime Minister of Greece about one of their ports that they were trying to develop. And he said, we were complaining because they were taking money from China. And we said, well, why did you do that? He said, well, I came to the United States and you wouldn't give me any money. I went to Europe, they wouldn't give me any money. So I went to China, and China offered. So, you know, it was in our interest to do that. Well, we have to figure out, as a Western alliance, as the transatlantic alliance, how we're going to respond to those kinds of situations. Because right now, we don't have a comprehensive strategy. We're looking, if we look just in the Western hemisphere, Latin America, Venezuela, you know, the influence of Russia in Venezuela and now China is significant. And we don't have a strategy for how to respond to that. Haiti is erupting into chaos. And we don't have leadership to go in with a force that can help provide stability in Haiti. And I appreciate the concern about not being the police for the rest of the world. It's an issue I hear from my constituents. But I tell them the story that I heard from one of the women Ukrainian soldiers that I met with a couple of months ago. And what she said to me was, you know, we are here to ask for weapons so that we can fight the Russians so that you don't have to. And boy, when I say that to my constituents in New Hampshire, I can tell you they understand that. And we've got to think about our strategy, not just on Ukraine. We've got to be looking beyond Ukraine. And the other threats, whether they're in the Indo-Pacific or Africa or Latin America. I mean, on food, for example, right now, we are losing the information war around who's responsible for the food shortages that Africa is experiencing, because Russia has done a better job with their disinformation. And we've got to get better at that. So I think we have a lot of work to do, and it begins with developing a strategy for how we're going to address the expansionism that we're seeing from China in all sorts of ways.
I committed to go to you for questions, and I have exactly 16 seconds before I do that. But I want to do one lightning round, one sentence answers from each of you. And it was Minister Anand that triggered this question as I was listening to you. You said you had an eerie feeling that you were in 1914. And what that really represents is that there is a possibility of escalation. That has been a subtext of so much of this last 9 months, that what we are seeing in Ukraine, that it could spin out of certainly where it could escalate to something much bigger and wider. One sentence answer, that's all, because we're going to the room. President Garris, how worried are you about that?
Well, I would like to go back to 1939, actually. Just give an example. There was a war, actually Soviets attacked Finland. Mm-hmm. So there was a winter war. It lasted 4 months. And after that, when Soviets attacked Finland, they were expelled from the League of Nations. Now we have a war in Ukraine, and Russia is still a member of United Nations Security Council. This is something to think about.
Yes. Senator Shaheen, how worried are you about escalation?
I'm concerned, but I think the most recent incident with the missile in Poland shows the circumspection with which the NATO leaders and those of us who support Ukraine are approaching the potential for escalation, and that's a positive thing.
Minister Anand, you're a little worried.
Well, I'm a worrier. I worry all day and all night. And I've been worried about global conflict since I had my first meeting in the JSAT room at the Department of National Defense in October 2021. But I'll say that I'm also a person that refers to what are the governing documents? What are the rules here? I believe strongly in the governance mechanisms that underpin peace and security. And so, of course, I believe in the Washington Treaty. I believe in Article 4 and Article 5. I believe strongly in the NATO alliance and NORAD as well. And so when I have those fears, I counter them with the ability to think positively and to make consistent gains through our multilateral alliances.
I am getting you're going to forgive me, Dolkan, I'm getting a flashing red light on the screen. You must open this to questions right away. So let me see, and just tell me whom you would like to answer the question. I see a forest of hands here, and let's start over there. Perfect. Yeah, great.
My question is about inevitability of wars in 21st century. I heard a lot about responses to the threats, but not about prevention. And my question is, do you think that the war in Ukraine was possible to prevent? Was there any chance to do it? And if there was, why it failed? There might be various reasons like naive belief in trade as peaceful factor of peace, or the conviction of the aggressor.
That is a very hard and complicated question. Senator, we could spend an hour. Senator Shaheen, how about a minute on that one?
I will give you 30 seconds, because I think as long as we have megalomaniacs and personalities like Vladimir Putin, even Xi Jinping, who now has gotten rid of any mechanism within China which would allow for consultation about decision making, it's going to be very difficult to prevent wars.
Did I see somebody over there on that side of the room? No? Okay. Yes, go ahead. And we'll go over there afterwards.
Andriy Shevchenko, I'm the co-founder of Media Center Ukraine. In Ukraine, aside of all the horrors of the war today, our biggest fear is that the free world will slide back to business as usual with Russia after the victory tomorrow, which means that the war will inevitably return to our children and to our grandchildren. So I'd like to get your thoughts on the future. What can and what should we do to make sure that Russia is no longer a threat to the world?
Let me start with President Karas and then go to Minister Anand.
So I'm trying to answer this. We probably need some kind of long-term strategy for that. And of course, first of all, the strategy should not take fear what happens when Russia is defeated as a starting point. I think it's important. Secondly, it's NATO must implement and move to a modern forward defense posture. And third one, which is, I think it's quite important, we should avoid gray areas in Europe in the future. So this is why we have already so many frozen conflicts in Europe. So we need to avoid gray areas. That means we should discuss about also NATO membership for Ukraine.
There's a whole 2 days based on those 3 sentences, right? That you just put on the table, President Karas. Those are, I think we'll come back to this over these next 2 days. Minister Anand, how do we assure that Russia is not a threat in the future to Ukraine, to the Baltics, to its neighbors? What can NATO do?
If we look at history, we would see that it is likely not possible to curtail the Russian philosophy, quite apart of the leadership of Vladimir Putin, that is based on the need for continual geographical enlargement. In other words, the taking of territory
for the conception of itself as a great power. And I don't believe that that is something that we can simply, as Western countries, eradicate. That is ingrained in the Russian philosophy, expansionism from a geographical perspective. And so the question in my mind has to become, how do we as Western democracies respond to that threat? And we've seen that in the First World War, the Second World War, and we're seeing it again. And I think we need to learn from history. We actually need to accept that we were complacent at the end of the Cold War when the Berlin Wall came down. And we were complacent when we saw glasnost and perestroika. We should have, as allies, continued to expect that Russia would continue to seek to rise. And I think what this conflict is teaching us in so many harsh and brutal ways when we see the war crimes that are being committed is that we need never to forget what has occurred.
Accountability.
There's a question over there. Can you see? Is there a microphone? Great.
Hi, Matate Kamiya, Professor of International Relations at National Defense Academy of Japan. My question, first of all, I strongly agree with panelists that we need a united efforts by liberal democracies to protect democracy and protect liberal rules-based international order. But I believe that that is not sufficient, because in this world, we have to face the reality that many countries are not liberal, not democratic. And we are now competing with autocratic countries like China and Russia. Which side will be able to attract those countries to which side? And we need to attract those countries to our side, liberal democracy side. What can we do?
Switching,
Senator Shaheen, what can we do?
Well, I think the upside of the question about war is that the way we encourage stability isn't just through institutions, through multilateral institutions. It's also through ensuring that the people who live in countries have opportunities to send their kids to school, to have a job and provide for their families. They need to be able to see the fruits of the government and of democracy. I remember listening to Angela Merkel, who was talking about the challenges of trade and how at the beginning of the rise of nationalism across Europe, and talking about the fact that as leaders, we had not done enough to help people understand what was happening as the result of international trade, of people who were being displaced, and of addressing the very real grievances that they have. And so in order to attract countries to democracy, to our side, we have to help them and help the people of those countries understand what the benefits are. I mean, it's the conversation we have around elections in the United States, because we have to show that I have to show my constituents that if you elect me and if you come out and vote and participate in the process, your life is going to be better. And that's part of what we have to do to help combat and prevent wars, is people have to see there's a better life, and they have to see that they're going to be better in a democracy than they are going to be under authoritarianism. And right now, the example of Ukraine is a stark example of what it means to live under a dictatorship and a dictator like Vladimir Putin.
So I want to thank all four of our panelists for a really rich discussion. What this panel leaves me with is, of course, the military and the financial support that we are providing to Ukraine is absolutely essential, but that is the beginning of this story. and the very beginning of it. And at the root, and that's why we come together in Halifax as a form of democracies, at the root of this is the importance of allowing citizens to trust their governments, that they will deliver for their citizens, that governments can execute on behalf of their citizens, and that trust relationship between citizens and governments, which is frayed as a result of a very challenging 20 years. And Peter started with that argument that is without restoring that relationship at home, we are not going to succeed as a multilateral alliance abroad. So thank you so much, President Garrett, Senator Shaheen, Minister Anand, and Dolkan Issa, for the contribution you made this afternoon. Thank you.
Please join us for coffee and exhibits in the foyer. The program will resume promptly.
A few numbers to begin with. 10 million, the number of Ukrainians who tonight do not have electricity. 10%, British inflation. 15,000, the number of 155 millimeter artillery shells that the United States produces every month. 15,000 every month. 4,000 to 7,000, the number of 155s that Ukraine fires every day. Every day. And 91%, the number of Ukrainians who told Gallup that they want Kyiv to keep fighting until victory, and they define victory as re-seizing Crimea. Welcome to Cold Weather, High Prices, Long War, Finding Our Winter Resilience. I'm Nick Schifrin, the PBS NewsHour Foreign Affairs and Defense Correspondent. It is my pleasure to be the last thing between you and lobster. Olha Stefanishnaya is Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. Admiral Rob Bauer is the chair of the Military Committee of NATO. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat of New York, member of the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and President Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, the former president of the Republic of Croatia. Thank you very much, all of you. Deputy Prime Minister, let me start with you. We saw the worst barrage by Russia into Ukraine of the entire war earlier this week. More than 90 strikes, perhaps over 100 strikes. And these are striking not only the production of electricity, things like power plants, substations, distribution lines, but also new targets this week, oil and gas production. That is the long-term ability for Ukraine to heat its homes and to power everything. And these are civilian targets, but there are military implications. How do you power the computers that you need? How do you power the telecommunications systems that you need? And how do you keep fighting and hold the line when your citizens don't have heat? So, how much of a threat is Ukraine's ability to survive the winter and move on toward victory are the current strikes on the electricity and this cold winter that you guys are facing?
Well, I think before going into details, I would just want to bring the context and the feeling we have in Ukraine. You all know that nearly 40% of the elements of the critical infrastructure has been destroyed. But at the same time, the military support related to anti-air defense managed to preserve the critical elements of the infrastructure. And among 90 missiles shelled on Tuesday, only 20 reached their goals. But the context is there that every area which has been occupied by Russian Federation since 2014, but mostly since 24th of February, has the same scenario. A part of military engagement, they cut the electricity, water supplies, gas supplies. They massively demoralize civil population by torturing, by murdering, by raping. And that's what they're doing. They're just trying to enhance it in a full-scale format, trying to cover the central part of Ukraine by this missile attacks. That's why the spirit of people is not very much changing. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian people have been under occupation for this 9 months. They've been living without electricity. They've been living without water. They've been living without connection. They've been unable even to speak about the suffering and the crimes they've been facing. People from Izum, people from Bucha, from Irpin. So nothing of these attacks would really affect the spirit of Ukrainians to restore and regain its territory. And as we say in Ukraine, we can live without electricity, without water. We can live without anything, but hopefully with no you also on our soil. So that's the spirit. But of course, the two major needs that we have right now is the ability to save our people and save critical infrastructure by closing the sky. And whenever we're speaking about the military support, the critical element of protecting the civilian population and preserving our ability to survive the winter is closing our sky by increased military support and anti-air defense system. But it's very important that over these 9 months, together with our allies and partners, we managed to form the effective mechanisms of coordination, and we enforced, basically after the first massive shelling, we enforced the civil protection mechanism, and every partner has been there to stand with us, to provide us with the generations, with the grids. The productions all around Europe has started to produce what we need to restore our infrastructure. So we are able to rise from the ashes as a phoenix. And we understand that this is nothing but the targeted attempt, as Russians call in their playbooks, forcing to peace, forcing to negotiations. They are acting under the old playbooks, just thinking that they will be able to demoralize Ukrainian people and Ukrainian leadership to the level which will force us to accept their ultimatums. But what we do in the opposite, we are presenting the peace plan of 10 points. And we're leaving no ground on the Putin ultimatums, and we should be clear in our understanding that this is how it's going to work further. Our plan is there. It has been announced by President on the G20 meeting. It has been reinforced today, and it's backed up by everything we're going to do to restore back the food security, to restore back the energy security around Europe. And I'm happy also that we managed to find the solutions to cut the critical dependence of Russian gas for European countries this year. But ensuring that there is a price cap. This is the real price that Russia would pay, and this is the price that should be paid. And all the other elements which has been identified there, this would be the elements we will be going through while we are fighting. And we believe that this is the only way to think beyond the day of our victory, to think of what world do we want to see. And I'm sure that all of us have the understanding that whatever attacks we will see further, and we will see, I think, much more massive and grave attacks. We will survive. We're not letting anyone down. We're not letting down our people. And you're standing strong with us, but we need to plan ahead and plan it together.
There's a lot to talk about there in terms of negotiations and peace talks, and we'll certainly get to that, and European resilience. We'll talk about that. But I want to pick up on one thing you said, which is Europe is beginning to produce. Admiral Bauer, as I mentioned, the U.S. produces 15,000 155s every month. Ukraine uses 4,000 to 7,000 every day. We shouldn't say that that's the 15,000. It's not all that's available. Obviously, the U.S. has a lot, Europe has a lot. But it speaks to something about the medium to long-term ability for us in the West to be able to give enough weapons to Ukraine. The U.S. has had to hold back on certain weapons, including additional HIMARS, because it doesn't have enough. And there is some concern that the Ukrainians don't have enough missiles inside those air defense systems. So do you believe the West is where it needs to be on military production to get Ukraine through this long winter?
Let me start by saying that the title is Winter is Coming, but Winter Resilience, but we are in the winter already for a while. And I think we all know that when winter comes, animals start making sure that there's stock in terms of food. And we have not done that as NATO, as the allies, because we didn't believe it was going to be winter. And everything we have is, in terms of our industries, is based on just in time, just enough. And by now we know it's not enough and it's too late. And so it's not just a question of a discussion, it is a question of turning around our economic system. This is, as I mentioned in another interview, this is about sort of going to a warlike economy in peacetime. Because this is about prioritization. This is an effort of the whole nation, of all the nations. Because it's not just the Ministry of Defense ordering more stuff at the industry. This is about having a discussion on how we ramp up production. And that is, and there's many weak chains, because it is not just the production lines, it is also the discussion on financing the defense industry, where in Western Europe and in my own nation, there was a discussion on that it was not ethical to invest in defense industry, and therefore large financial investment groups like pension funds, for example, did not invest in defense industry. And so it is also about raw materials. It is also about the ability to make sure that we can transport it. There are so many things that we need to improve, and we didn't start giving away ammunition and capabilities from full warehouses in most of the nations. We probably started halfway or even below half. So this is the urgency now is seen and is understood, I think, in most of the nations. I think industry waited far too long because the defense budgets went up since 2014 consistently. So it is an issue before the Ukraine war because we wanted more security. That's why we had the 2% discussion. And then basically people started to order extra capabilities, also extra ammunition, but the industry did not increase the production capacity in accordance with the budget. And therefore the prices went up. And before the war, we already saw that we started to pay more for the same, which is in a way ridiculous because that is not the reason why we increased these defense budgets. So I think it's a combination of that the industry now has to become of the value discussion and values, and not just a value in terms of money, but understanding that they are part of the solution to make sure that the international rules-based order can be and remain what it is and can be partly repaired.
Senator Gillibrand, you are a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee. Is that how you see the situation that we in the West were not ready in terms of the ability to support a kind of war that we're seeing, and that industry is not where it needs to be, and that perhaps we need some kind of almost wartime economy instead of one that we've assumed would guarantee peace?
I would not say that about the United States. I would say that about our NATO allies in Europe because they had a different frame. And the frame was reasonable. There's no real criticism there. The frame we've had for at least 20 years has been that governments and decision-making has largely been motivated by economic success. And so the decision makers are the Fortune 500 companies. The decision makers are the oil industry. The decision makers are the elite in the financial world, not someone like the Admiral, to say, well, this is where national security risks lie. And to prepare, which I loved the question from the woman back there who asked about prevention. And I think we should have a whole security conference on prevention because that is not enough time spent on talking about that. We have aligned ourselves that all that matters in America, all that matters in the globe is economic success and shareholder value and not enough regard for national security, for food security, for resiliency, for global resiliency, to protect against a worldwide pandemic. We've not had those hard conversations. And so I think the Admiral's comments are very perceptive. Europe was not spending on its military. It thought we are post-conflict, which is to their reasonable view. If we are post-World War, post-conflict, then why would you be so concerned about Nord Stream 1 or Nord Stream 2? Why would you be so concerned about using 5G and Chinese networks to build all of the networks throughout Europe? Why would you be concerned? Just lowest cost is the best cost. That's how companies make money. That's how internationalism works. That's why we want these international supply chains. Well, two things have happened. We have an authoritarian dictator in Putin who lacks the mental stability and decides I am going to accrue and amass more geographical parts of my country. So he starts a war. He starts Crimea. He starts the war here. He decides that there is no cost too high for this. And so he is exhausting his own military capabilities to do this and is doing it extremely poorly. And then you have the world community not ready for this kind of actions.
But if I could quickly, is the U.S. ready?
The U.S. has spent enormous amounts of money.
And is it ready to continue, and does it have the capacity to continue what will be a long war?
We have always had the view that we have to be prepared to have 2 wars at one time. That is why.
Although Jim Mattis changed that
we
national
have,
defense strategy
exactly.
to 1.
We have spent so much money on military security and military preparedness. There's many in the United States who would argue that was a fool's errand and we should not have spent so much money. But we do have capacity and we are able to support Ukraine. The American people stand with the Ukrainians. We want them to win this war. We want them to give them the resources they need to win the war. And we'll keep doing that. But I don't know that the world community was ready for a land-based war in Europe. I don't think they even imagined it. But I promise you the lessons we are learning today are the lessons we need to know with regard to China, with regard to Taiwan. And if we do not pay attention to how to prevent a war now, we will make similar mistakes. And this is something that everyone here is on notice, that this conversation today is just as important about today as it is about tomorrow. And we need to think about resiliency. And I have a lot of ideas about that we can talk about later.
Yeah. Madam President, in 3 weeks, the European Union will do something that it has not done before, and that is ban Russian crude imports. And yet already we are seeing governments who are afraid of inflation, as the video pointed out, begin to look for loopholes. Do you believe that there is European resilience? We know mostly pretty solid to support Ukraine, but there is European resilience to accept some pain in order to punish Russia for this war, and will that continue?
Well, certainly I would hope so. Speaking personally, people in Ukraine are losing lives. We should be able and capable of losing a little bit of our comfort in order to stand up to Russia. Quite honestly, though, I was surprised by the speed and the scope of reaction of the European Union to Russia's open aggression on February 24th. However, obviously this has turned into a war of attrition that Putin is waging on Ukraine, and he's waging it on us as well to undermine our collective will and resolve. We have seen the weaponization of food, the weaponization of energy, of living costs, global inflationary shocks, and combined with Russia's disinformation and misinformation and the fear of the use of unconventional weapons, it has been creating war fatigue around Europe, the European Union. Now, coming this winter, or we're already in winter, Putin will certainly try to enlist General Winter to aid him in his military campaign. First of all, with targeting the civilian and energy infrastructure in Ukraine, we will see, perhaps it's an ugly term, but I'm speaking from his perspective, weaponization of refugees. Refugees flooding our countries and provoking questions on part of the people. Do we need this? Can we stop this? And then another element will be trying to divide us on the issue of negotiations, promising negotiations. However, we have to be very careful. Of course, we all want to see peace, and peace can be achieved tomorrow, basically, if Russia ceases military activities and pulls out of Ukraine. However, right now, that would basically mean a strategic pause for Putin, for Russia to be able to consolidate their defensive lines in the occupied areas, to replenish the military stocks, to train the conscripts, to continue with misinformation, and also to request the easing of sanctions. Negotiations, of course, are up to Ukraine. And again, we could see the end of the war tomorrow. However, we have to persist, and maintaining that strategic unity of purpose is really the utmost goal. First, maintaining our assistance to Ukraine so that Ukraine prevails. And second, maintaining and even strengthening the sanctions, which will not be easy because we're in for a long haul, unfortunately. The winter will be difficult, but these need to be really, just as he's waging attrition, we need to wage attrition on Russia's military war machine. And one of the crucial elements is, of course, energy, oil and gas. It will take a while for Europe to be able to transition. And quite honestly, I'm not as afraid of this winter of 2022 because of the mild weather and the fact that we have been able to stockpile energy and provide for additional resources. I am afraid of next winter of 2023 when those resources will be depleted and we still have not transitioned to renewable energy. Some of our countries have been preparing for this for quite a while, although we did not know that we'll have very little time. Senator Shaheen mentioned that she was against Nord Stream 2, where there were a number of our countries in the EU who also opposed Nord Stream 2 and argued for energy independence for Europe. But one thing is certain, though. Russia has lost the European energy market for good. 75 of their exports, of gas exports, went into the EU, 55 of oil exports. The EU will not be buying Russian oil and gas anytime soon once this transition is over.
The U.S. officials who I talked to certainly are very concerned about next winter. They agree with you, whether it's European gas, whether it's food ability, whether it's the coal plants in Germany staying on. And yet, on the same side, I've been to Ukraine 3 times this year and have seen that when Ukrainians pay such a high price, the demand, the resilience equals that. And that's where we get the 90% wanting to re-seize Crimea. But that concern remains in the U.S. And we heard from Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, 3 days ago. He said this: the Russian military is really hurting bad. So you want to negotiate at a time when you're at your strength and your opponent is at weakness, and it's possible maybe there will be a political solution. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan visited President Zelenskyy a few weeks ago and urged Zelenskyy to reduce his public skepticism about diplomacy and detail what a just peace might look like. Deputy Prime Minister, do you believe the U.S. is concerned about a long winter and is pushing Kyiv to negotiate?
We've seen the reflections after the recent visit of Jake Sullivan to Ukraine and all of the elements of the Russian propaganda about U.S. forcing Ukraine to negotiations and whatever that has been evaporated. So it's not part of the discourse, definitely. But there is like a number of standing points where ready to move on. So first and foremost, we are committed to negotiations. Every war ends up with the negotiations. But it's very clear to us that any attempt to negotiate with President Putin is not a way towards success. This has been a clear message from our side. On the other hand, we understand that there is a number of elements which should be the prejudice to this. First and foremost is the accountability of Russian Federation for the crimes committed, reparations and payment, and restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And this could be the area for discussion. And nobody can force us, literally nobody can force us to anything less than that. And it's very clear, and it's been a clear message to send to everybody, and already reconfirmed by US leadership, by leaders of various allies who are strongest partners of Ukraine. And out of this, we have presented our plan of peace, whereas the negotiations is only one of 10 points. And it's really important that we're not narrowing everything which is happening in Ukraine and all the effect throughout the global arena of this war and the consequences of this war to negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. There is much more things to be done and handled before the negotiations will take place. But understanding the fact that for this 9 months, Ukraine has shown the whole world a number of very important things, that in fact Russia is weak. In fact, Russia is not the empire. In fact, Russia should be held accountable for everything they are doing, because there is no other way to proceed with any strategic planning further. And speaking about the strengthening defense capacity and continuing with the further military support of Ukraine, it's really important to understand that this is exactly what we mean when we are speaking about the security guarantees for Ukraine. We've been extremely effective together with US, to establish the Ramstein format, to coordinate the military assistance. This has been an immediate and unconventional address to help us survive, to give us all the leverage and time to identify more strategic solutions. But now we understand that ending this war, we should make sure that no other war, no appetite for other war will be there in Russian Federation. And Russia should be targeted now when they're weak, and we should become stronger while we, Ukrainians, are giving you this leverage on the battlefield. And we need the security guarantees by strengthening the defense capacity of Ukraine, by readjusting the defense industries in the allied countries to the necessity to invest in the military engagement in Ukraine. It's really important. And it's not us, it's not the allies, it's not Ukraine who has brought this narrative and understanding and this need into today's agenda. It's Russia who has shown that they can bluntly invade into the other country, but they've been caught into the surprise. We're giving all of us the time to think and to readjust, and we hope that it will not take too many lives of Ukrainians and too much time for us to form the agenda and to make sure that we're stepping up with understanding what the victory is and what comes after. And we're doing everything possible to make sure that we're united in this answer and that the file is in our hands, but not in Russians.
Admiral Bauer, one of the words in the title is long war. And as we are hearing, Ukrainians are determined to keep fighting. There is concern in the West that that means a long war, given that Russia has now probably assumed positions that it can better defend now that it's left Kherson. And as the war continues and as Ukraine continues to have success, there has been a lot of concern about escalation. The U.S. has taken pains to keep lines of communication open. You've done the same. You do not have an obvious Russian equivalent, but your closest would be General Gerasimov, Valery Gerasimov, the chief of the general staff. You tried to reach out to him in May. Did you also try and reach him a few weeks ago? Did he not reply? He didn't reply to General Milley. Are you concerned about escalation as this war continues, given that it appears the Russians are not willing to pick up the phone?
Let me first say something, because the Vice Prime Minister said something very important, and that is, and Madam Zelenskyy said it as well, the Ukrainians are beyond fear. And I found it a very telling sentence, because it means that the Ukrainians basically say to the Russians, whatever you do, we will not stop defending ourselves. And I think that is an example for all of us. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the Russians have the same problems as we have in terms of their stocks. So it's not that we are unique. And the good thing about us, it's not only the West against the rest. We're talking 50 nations in the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. 50 nations of the world, if they combine their forces, if they combine their industrial capacity, if they combine their, their creativity to come up with the answers that are necessary in terms of to continue to supply Ukraine and ourselves, because it's two issues at hand here, then I strongly believe that we have the better cards as the 50 nations, because we have the money, we have in principle the capacity to do it, but it is a question of will, and it is a question of focusing everything that is necessary on this problem. So that's one. With regard to Gerasimov, I reached out to him now 3 times. The first time he basically said, I have something going on in Ukraine, and once that is settled, I come back to you.
That was before February 24th?
Yeah, we're now in the 9th month of the 3-day war, so it didn't go that well. And the second time he basically didn't reply, and now he sent me a letter back saying basically, I agree with you that it is important to have mil-mil contact, but NATO is part of the problem. NATO is part of the conflict.
And when did he send that letter?
Say again?
When did he send that letter?
That was about maybe 3 weeks ago. So there was an answer, and basically he's open for discussions, but that would mean that we would have to back off, and that will not happen. So everything we see, and what the concerning thing is that when people reach out to him, like in the situation in Poland, there was no reply. And that is not good, because it is the reason why you should have and maintain this mill-mill contact is that once there is an increase of violence, when there is an offensive action, when there's something of an issue, and it's actually unintended, then you can scale down quickly if on that level you can agree that it was a mistake, that it was not intended. If you do not pick up the phone, what does that mean? And I don't know whether it means that Gerasimov is not in the position anymore to pick up the phone. I don't know. I really don't know. So who is picking up the phone actually at the moment? That is also of concern.
Senator Gillibrand, you've been particularly outspoken about some concerns about cyber attacks. We are talking about a long war. We're talking about fears of escalation. You have pushed for increased cybersecurity funding. You've called for a cyber academy, kind of West Point for technology defense. And separately, you've got a bill to bolster biological threats. So when thinking about a long war, do you believe that Russia could attack the U.S. with a cyber attack if it's about to lose the war in Ukraine? And do you believe that the U.S. is ready or not?
Well, certainly Russia already has been attacking the U.S. Microsoft said that the increase of attacks by Russia, China, and Iran has gone up exponentially in the past several months. So they're already doing that. But I think cybersecurity is essential. And one of the bright spots was that Cyber Command was able to work with Kyiv before the invasion. They had hunt forward teams that were able to go in to create resiliency so that networks and communications abilities would not be subverted, and so that they could withstand any kind of intrusion or incursion. That's worked really well, and that's one of the reasons why Russia, in its many levels of desperation, has decided to bomb actual physical networks and trying to take out the capacity of the civilian individuals to be able to access the electric grid, to be able to access internet, to be able to access supply chains for water. They're trying to take out all of that hardware, all that infrastructure, because the resiliency was set up before conflict. And that's really meaningful. And certainly Cyber Command and General Nakasone can still do technical remote type of advice and guidance. But that work ahead of time, building the resiliency ahead of time, was necessary and smart planning by the Ukrainian people and Cyber Command. The second thing is in terms of prevention. So creating resiliency is necessary for all these types of conflicts before it happens. This is the steps you need to take for prevention. And so one of the challenges we have in the United States right now is we have something like 35,000 unfilled cyber positions in the US government, in the federal government. And we can't compete with the Facebooks and the Googles of the world for the best and the brightest.
You might be able to compete with Twitter right now. But,
maybe.
Sorry.
Yes, we can. Many people unemployed. So one of the things I created in this year's defense bill, and if it passes, it'll create a cyber academy, a cyber and digital academy that would be for the civilian workforce for a state-of-the-art degree in exchange for 5 years of public service in cyber. It will be a way to diversify our security forces, a way to increase the number of women, increase the number of minorities, increase the number of foreign language speakers. And it's going to be built off current NSA programs, science and technology programs, and DoD programs. And so that will help. But that's how you have to build for the future. And that's why we're investing in Space Force, why we're investing very heavily in joint operations. The second idea is, how do we prevent the next pandemic, and are we prepared for that? So I'm working on a One Health platform where we create jointness, where we create collaboration between groups in the United States like the USDA and the CIA to make sure NSA and DoD and all these different networks within our federal government are in constant communication to prevent and have real-time intel on the next global pandemic. So these are just our challenges, but resiliency can be created in advance. And I think the United States is going to continue to support Ukraine. I know that President Biden is going to ask for another $21 billion that will include both money for defense, but also humanitarian aid. And one of the biggest worry I have is that if this is a long winter, if it does expand beyond 23 into 24, you're just talking about potentially another 10 million refugees, and all the pain and suffering that these families have endured, the number of lives that have been lost, and the absolute destruction. So giving the resources now so Ukraine can win is plan A. And we should keep focusing on giving them what they need to be successful. And all the work that you've said from NATO and our allies is essential. But we have to be concerned about the humanitarian impacts. And that's why long-term prevention has got to be part of every nation that is a free democracy that wants to prevent future wars.
And Madam President, is that concern about refugees? Is that concern, I know you've been concerned about cyber attacks as well, Russian escalation. Do you believe that that concern will constrain European support if we are talking, as the Senator says, 2023, 2024, and beyond in supporting Ukraine?
Well, so far we've seen a lot of empathy around Europe and around the world with the plight of refugees from Ukraine. And quite honestly, most people are staying in Ukraine and they return as soon as they can go. Now, the winter is going to be harsh and it's going to be impossible for many people to stay in Ukraine because they will be freezing to death. I believe that whatever refugee wave we experienced throughout the winter, most likely a number of them will return to Ukraine ultimately. However, again, I think that we're in for a long haul and that this is going to continue for potentially years to come. Now, speaking about resilience, and I completely agree with that, there are several aspects that we have to focus on, both from the European perspective and the transatlantic perspective. And that is the resilience of our infrastructure, but also the resilience of our societies and our form of government and the resilience of the states. This aggression has proved to be a catalyst of many processes, including in Ukraine in terms of forging a modern Ukrainian nation and demonstrating to Putin that it is an independent country and that they are Ukrainian people and not the same as Russians. But it has also proved to be a catalyst among all of us to continue with the processes of energy independence. And across the Atlantic, the two sides of the Atlantic, it has bridged, it has closed the asymmetry of expectations of NATO and the Transatlantic Union, and nobody asks questions about that any longer. Now we're closing also the asymmetry of contributions by raising our defense budget and defense investment. I don't like the term spending, but investment, because it's really investing into our defense and security. However, there is a huge gap that we need to close, and that is the asymmetry of capabilities. That is only getting bigger because of the war effort in Ukraine and the stockpiles that we have mentioned, so they need to be replenished. But also, we need to go through a lessons learned process. We talk about training and equipping Ukraine and Ukrainian military. Well, there are a lot of lessons learned that we can now, things that we can learn now from Ukrainians and the Ukrainian military. We have tested the weapon systems, and it's time to coordinate the defense budgets to fill those crucial capability gaps, to coordinate defense plans, defense planning, and to look at the way that our capabilities have performed in that war. Because the biggest deterrent, of course, remains the strengths. And whenever we try to appease Putin by not in fear of escalation, by tolerating or not reacting to what he did, for instance, in 2014, and only encouraged him to go further. He understands the language of power, the language of strength, and he ultimately respects it. So that will be the the biggest and the best deterrent. And in that sense, we need to look at our capabilities and focusing not just on the acute needs and trends right now, but looking further into the future. The senator mentioned cyber defense. So we need to move from these geographical frontiers into domain frontiers and really look at cyber, but also emerging and disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence, disinformation, destabilization, to figure that into our defense plans and truly build that resilience.
I've already gone too long. We've got about 15 minutes, I think, for questions. Let me start on this side, because I always tend to go on the right side. So we've got a hand in the middle there that I saw first. I apologize. And then we'll make our way across the room.
Thanks very much. Andy Fillmore, Member of Parliament here in Halifax, and allow me to extend a warm welcome to the panelists and all guests to our beautiful city. Admiral Bauer, it's lovely to see you again after our announcement this morning regarding Halifax as Canada's choice for the home of the Defence Innovation Accelerator for North America of NATO. A question regarding something that Diana may ultimately grapple with for our panelists. Now, we're in a climate crisis in large part due to our reliance on fossil fuels. And at the same time, Putin's blackmail works because of our reliance on fossil fuels. And in the short term, we'll be reliant on fossil fuels to get Ukraine and other areas of the world, including Canada, through a cold winter. But in the medium to long term, I wonder if panelists see a convergence of climate policy and security policy.
I certainly do. I think it's we just passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had billions of dollars for energy independence, specifically for this. And you combine that with the CHIPS Act, which is billions of dollars for AI, for supercomputing, for semiconductor manufacturing. Both are to create resiliency for national defense. They also have the added benefit of creating massive amounts of jobs, because in the green energy economy, you're going to have tons of manufacturing, advanced manufacturing that is, unfortunately, was sent over to China probably 15 years ago, and now we need to get it back. So building the solar panels here, building the wind turbines, doing geothermal, doing hydropower, doing biofuels. If Joni Ernst was here, she would tell you how important ethanol is, and I would agree with her. So really just investing in energy independence, and every nation should be 100% concerned about energy independence and their supply chain to be able to get their energy and not be beholden to their source, whether it's OPEC, who decides to to stop drilling so the price of oil goes up, or whether it's you're getting your natural gas through a pipeline. These are huge constraints. So yes, it is a convergence. Hopefully every nation will invest more in green energy, but we should also invest in that economic resiliency so that your supply chains are resilient. We cannot be beholden to any nation for our chip manufacturing. We need that made in America. Every European nation should do the same.
We should talk about Taiwan in that sense, but let me try and get as many questions as possible. So I believe there was a question down here, yeah? And then I'll move across the room.
Thank you. Group Captain Leah Griffin, Peace with Women Fellow. We've spoken much this evening on our resilience from a Ukrainian perspective and access to industrial capacity through the alliance. Turning to Russian resilience, I wonder if there's a NATO assessment on how long Russia can sustain operations in the war at the current capacity that they are, and is the international community doing enough to close down access to wider markets, for example, Iran?
Admiral?
That's not an easy question because it is there's many aspects to that, and I think we see now increasingly that the sanctions are hurting Russia, and it's not only hurting them financially but also in their ability to reconstitute their armed forces, to rebuild the ammunition and the weapon systems. That part of was basically built with the help of Western companies in terms of the weapon systems that they had. So. It is for them more difficult now to reconstitute in that sense. That's one. If they are successful in buying alternative weapons in Iran, North Korea, etc., then that is a problem for Ukraine, for us, and of course, in a way, a success for Russia. So they will do everything they can to, of course, get the ammunition they need, the new weapon systems, etc., the sensors, whatever they need. So it will be, in that sense, a game in a way to look at what is working for them, and then to respond on that, as the president said, to maybe new sanctions if that is necessary, to cut off an ally that is found by the Russians and that is partly running through the Western world, or the 15 nations that are participating in this.
Sean, right here, right behind you. Yeah, right there, Sean.
Hi there, Ishan Tharoor, The Washington Post. I'll keep it really short and quick. In your view, and I suppose this is a question for Senator Gillibrand and Madam President, how long can the political consensus in the West hold over Ukraine? You've seen in these elections that we had recently in the US, pretty strong rhetoric coming from certain corners of the American political system, voicing a kind of skepticism about American commitments there. That similar tendency, of course, exists in Europe as well. Is this a phenomenon of these set of politics, the nativists, the skeptics, that you're worried about as the months go on?
Let's try and do two quick answers. Madam President, why don't you start, and then Senator?
Well, it would be incredibly hypocritical of us to deny Ukraine the right to self-defense and the right to the freedom of the choice of their own future. So yes, there will be disagreements, but we don't have a choice. We have to persist, because this isn't just about Ukraine. It's about protecting the rules-based international order, our values, and for liberal aligned democracies to stand up to any bullies who try to break the rules.
Yeah, I agree. And I think while there may be some in the Republican Party who don't want to fund additional humanitarian aid, additional aid for military support, additional support for refugee crises around the globe, I think the American people are behind American values of freedom and the ability of a country like Ukraine to fight for its freedom.
Yeah, if I may just jump in with a comment, I think it's really important to hear the Ukrainian context. I think that the basic and the most important element of having no illusion about any fatigue or tiredness of the war is the unity. So the unity behind Ukraine is so strong that, of course, we see minor flows or comments or situations in individual countries, but the unity to get back up Ukraine as long as it needed as strong that it will not be able to be undermined by any internal context.
Nuri.
Thank you. Nuri Turkel, Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute. Senator, you spoke about the prevention aspect, and you also spoke about the weaponization of food and energy. The elephant in the room is China. If something happens to the world, like the way that we're experiencing, in the United States alone, we rely on China, depend on China, more than 80 critical supplies. We have seen this during the early part of the pandemic, PPEs, medicine, ventilators. What lesson that Europe and the United States should learn from this energy crisis or weaponization of energy? And what can we do to prevent us becoming reliant or losing people and boxing ourselves in, God forbid, but if any conflict occurs with China?
Well, I think it is a very clear lesson learned that countries must have supply chain integrity. Countries must have energy independence. They must have food independence, food security. I think globalism, as I started, is easy if you're a multinational company who just wants to make more money. It is not easy if you're dependent on China for your supply of milk. We saw what happened in China when their baby formula was poisoned. We have to create supply chains within our own nation to make sure our food is secure, to make sure we have food production in every aspect of the country, so that no one area is the only fruit basket or food basket or bread basket. We see what's happened in Ukraine. The breadbasket of Europe under assault, can't export its grain. We saw the impact that's having on countries that bought that grain, whether it was in Africa or South America. It's devastating. So food security is a national security priority. That's why we just passed the CHIPS Act. It's essential. If we can't do semiconductor manufacturing, if we can't guarantee our supply chain, if we can't know that we can make things in America and to make sure that we do advanced manufacturing and we excel at it, then you can't maintain your supply chains. So it is the lesson learned of this decade that America has to be independent in all those critical areas of medicine production, certainly PPE. It's one of the reasons why we just invested in getting the cost of medicine down, because again, these are national security priorities, and everyone is reframing how they think about the world because of these authoritarians that are rising around the globe.
Just one quick point, though. Sure. When we talk about food and food security, we need to have a global approach to food security, a multilateral approach, because Russian propaganda and blaming the food crisis on the war in Ukraine will continue to drive a wedge between advanced economies and emerging economies. So we have to be very careful about that. Yeah. In order to be able not just counter disinformation, but really prevent famine in many parts of the world, we have to act now.
Yeah, 345 million face food insecurity around the world. That is double what it was.
But that's why production needs to be global. And so I was just in Puerto Rico. They've never invested in agriculture because they were always importing it. The United States could just send cheap food, quick, quick, quick. Well, after a storm, when everything's destroyed, they need to reinvest now in those things so that they can have that ability, and that's going to be true for Africa as well.
Yeah, down here in the front.
Nancy Southern, Chair and CEO of ATCO here in Canada. Admiral, you spoke about stockpiles and the lack of resiliency and preparation for what we're facing right now, and the potential to have a very long war. In former times, policymakers requested factories and manufacturers to retool, to assist in developing enough supplies for our military actions. We currently, and you mentioned, an unethical approach from financiers to be able to do this right now. The same thing with your oil and gas. It is unethical, according to financiers, to invest in oil and gas production, which we may need significant supplies for if we go through the next winter, as Madam President had mentioned. I just wonder how you see countries coming together through the Allies and through NATO in trying to come up with policy to address supply chain for your immediate.
Yeah, I think what we see through the Ukraine Defense Contract Group is that on the political level and on the military level, these discussions are now being held. We now see also that, for example, the directors for material in the NATO nations convene, start talking to each other about how to improve the discussions with industry and how we can help each other. Because one of the things that we see from the Ukraine Defense Contact Group is that it's not only about production capacity, it's also about being creative in finding, if nations start looking around in their ammunition warehouses, for example, you might be surprised that you find ammunition of weapon systems you don't have any longer, but are now being used in Ukraine, and so you can give away something that actually is not hurtful to yourself, and that sort of thing is happening as well. So it is a wider discussion than just the production capacity. But the only thing that I hope is that we now see more and more, because it's also about mobility. It is about transportation. It is about the cybersecurity. So there's so many areas where we need to work more together in our nations instead of looking at ourselves. So if that is the lesson we can really learn out of this, then in a couple of years, it will not be immediate, but in a couple of years, we will come out of this much and much stronger.
So I apologize. I was going to get two final questions, but I'm being told I'm out of time. So I think it's perhaps the right decision to give Deputy Prime Minister, we're talking a lot about Ukraine. You have the last word. Just take 30 seconds and get us to dinner.
I'll try to be really short, as I feel in the circle of friends and good allies here. So these 9 months of war has shown many things that we are strong about, but also many things that we're weak about. I'm sure that when the war is over and Ukraine will win, we will show all our strong parts again. We will align defense and climate policy. We will make sure that everything is financed, Ukraine is rebuilt, and Ukraine is part of EU and NATO. And these would be the easiest solutions to take, but there is a plan A. And it's about tough decisions. hard decisions, complicated decisions. We all should be paying. We're paying by these decisions with our lives, with our commitment. You're paying with your money, with the crises, and with the multiple problems we should solve. So, and whenever we're talking about unethical or ethical context, it is not us who has been put into this context. It is not us who are the cause of this context. It is Russia who has been given the right to think that they can act this way, that they can start the full-scale war. And this is the consequences of our mistakes, of our messages we were sending to show that they thought it is possible. So I think that plan A is to win, to take all the possible ethical and non-ethical decisions, nice or not nice one, to make sure that we are capable to defend ourselves as a country. We're capable to defend and protect ourselves as a secure Europe, able to build a prosperous future without being able to show any other country that they can act this way, and they show example to the others. So we need to win. We need to make sure that we are strong, and we need to finance our defense industry to make sure that we are strong. And also we have to make sure that the crime, every crime committed in our soul is being paid for. And this is the only answer and the only way to make sure that Russia, after Putin's head is out of the throne, when the new head of the dragon will rise, will not have the appetite to get back into the soil of Ukraine or any other NATO ally. So I have this feeling that we should not think of the plans B, because we are strong here, and we will be extremely good in taking nice and good decisions for Ukraine and for ourselves. But we should concentrate on plan A, and I hope you will be here with us. We've discussed a lot about that, but the plan A is to win this war and to make sure that no other war will be on our soil.
Well Deputy Prime Minister.
Well said.
Deputy Prime Minister, Senator, Madam President, Admiral, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Admiral, thank you.